USA Powerlifting Raw National Championships. Dozens of volunteers and workers over the last few months have created the largest competition, powerlifting competition, in the history of the United States. Just under 1,200 powerlifters have descended upon downtown Atlanta to vie for national championships and those coveted spots on the national team that's going to the IPF Classic Worlds later on in 2017 in Belarus. On top of this fantastic competition, we also have the Primetime broadcast, which you're about to see, that is going to show you the very best in powerlifting talent that USAPL has to bring you in the Raw division. Dr. Patrick, give us a little bit of insight as to what the viewers at home are going to be able to see when they're watching this broadcast.
Kurt, we are going to have the most innovative powerlifting broadcast, I believe, in powerlifting history. We are going to be showing the fans at home view angles from 5 different angles. You're going to actually see views of powerlifts you've probably never seen before. We're going to have a close-up shot for the squat looking up at the lifter. We're going to have an overhead shot of the bench press. We're going to have slow-mo replays. We're going to have a sideline reporter who's going to pull lifters off after great accomplishments, great record sets, and going to be able to interview them. We're also going to do, in addition to this pregame show, a scoring update before the deadlift where we're going to wrap up the battles, give people an idea where the placings are, so when you're at home, when you're sitting on your couch, you can follow along with the people here in the Atlanta Convention Center that's filling up by the minute, and the tension's starting to grow, Kurt.
Let me give you a little bit of background as to what you're going to see in the competition today. We have 2 flights of lifters that are going to encompass 5 different weight classes. Our first flight is going to have 3 weight classes, the first being the 47-kilo women, or 103 pounds. Tell the viewers a little bit about what they're going to see in that class.
Well, my prediction in that class is Heather Connor. She's a lifter out of North Carolina. She got the silver medal in the Worlds last year. She's also the American record holder in the total. I believe she's going to up that. She's also in a position where if she can make the world team, she's going to turn that silver into gold next year.
That's very possible. Now, the first men's class that we're going to see in this competition is going to be the 59 kilos, or 130 pounds. What are we going to see with those lifters there?
Well, my prediction here is Shorty Sadang. He's a videographer out of Orange County, California. He is the number 2 lifter from last year's Nationals. I think he's going to be the favorite. But watch out for the attorney from Massachusetts, Eric Kupperstein. He's a World Masters record holder in the deadlift, and he will put whatever he needs on the bar, maybe even 600 pounds for the win.
Yeah, if those lifters with the big deadlift, if they can keep themselves close during at the subtotal, they've always got a chance with that big pull. Now, the next weight class that you're going to see for the men in the final class in that first flight is going to be the 66-kilo men, or 145 pounds, which promises to be one of the most exciting because it's got a lot of depth in it.
Yeah, really what you're looking at there is the American record holder, Keith McHoney, actually holds all four American records, squat, bench, deadlift, and total. The interesting thing there is we do have a lifter who is coming over from the equipped division, James Vang. He represented the Georgia Bulldogs, University of Georgia, at 3 collegiate nationals where he won the national title, and he's coming over into the raw division. I think he's going to have a shot to upset the apple cart, but clearly Keith is the favorite, and he's my prediction. He did, I interviewed him earlier, he did have a few concerns, Keith did, of some injuries, so it'll be interesting in that class.
There's also another young lifter that we'll be telling you about during the broadcast that could come in and shock the world as well. Now, starting our second flight of lifters, we're going to have the 74-kilo class, or 163 pounds. This proves to be one of the very most talented because it's a great combination of young open-level lifters, but also a bunch of juniors, being 23 years and under, that have some excellent powerlifting talent.
Yeah, in this class, what we're looking at is Taylor Atwood out of Minnesota. He is the returning silver medalist from the IPF Worlds. He actually locked out the winning deadlift. It was turned down. So Taylor's clearly the favorite. He is my pick to win. But what you're going to see here is the American record holder in the bench press, Brandon Maddox. He's a lifter from Alabama. I've seen him in some local meets. He is quite impressive physically and very impressive in the bench press. But the guy that's kind of laying under the radar and a lot of people are talking about, he is out of Texas A&M. He just came off the Junior Worlds. Blake Lehew, he just 6 weeks ago won the Equipped Junior Worlds. But he's lifting raw here, but there's some talk of maybe a big deadlift that could pull out the win.
Okay, now we kind of need to wrap this up a little bit, but give me a real basic overview of that 83 kilo class.
John
Haack.
Jon Haack. He's the American record holder in all 4 lifts, and he's going to be the #1 seed, but there's a lot of depth for second place in that class.
Well, I'm starting to hear our announcer getting things going, so that means that we need to head over to the broadcast booth. We're going to head that way, and our competition is going to be starting momentarily, so we'll be seeing you right after this.
Powerlifting is becoming incredibly competitive. On the men's and women's side, every single age class, every single weight class. And so my strength book really is a tool for athletes who want to get better.
In order to break those barriers that you could achieve with only basic training, you need to be analyzing your metrics. You need to be properly programming, and we're giving that power back to the athletes so that they can start managing their own training and make sense of it in a way that a professional can.
We want athletes to be able to program the most effective workouts and training programs possible using a numbers approach. And right now, there's not a numbers approach. It's more just guesswork. And we're taking the guesswork out of programming and designing workouts and using numbers and metrics to give that power to the athletes to understand what's going to work, what's not, and keep focusing on the target, keep focusing on moving forward, gaining momentum, and ultimately building your powerlifting total.
What I tend to tell people when it comes to not just powerlifting or any other sport, as far as us getting to the next level, it's all about effectiveness and efficiency. You're basically trying to figure out how can you make yourself faster and stronger and smarter.
The product Arvi's creating is going to be essential. I think it's going to be absolutely great for people from beginners to right through to the elite level, be able to track numbers and be able to look back, look back year after year after year and see your progression and know that, well, 5 years ago I was only doing this, and be able to see that visually.
I think if I would have had that 5 years ago, I would have been able to maybe be at an elite position a lot sooner, because then you're able to make changes that you need to make to your training.
It will help me look at my tonnage, it'll help me look at my intensity, and it'll actually graphically show me over time what I'm good at, what I need improvement in.
At the end of the day, when you're doing your workouts, when you're doing your peaks, you talk to any of the top end lifters, they all have a plan. We all want to know what's going on. We want to know what percentage we're working at. What they've done is what everyone's tried to do so many times. There's variations of the app out there, but this one literally accumulates it all in one.
I'm very much into stats. Metrics are extremely important. It allows you to see areas where you've improved. It may also allow you to also pick out weaknesses as well. So any type of application, program, therapy, modality that can do so will definitely be a tool that anyone lifter or an athlete would use, because it's going to help you reach those goals.
To go here in this first flight of lifters during our primetime session. The spotters have loaded the bar. and we are waiting on our very first lifter to go.
Tiffany Leung will be the lifter. She's going to be lifting in the women's 103.5-pound weight class. Tiffany's out of California, 25-year-old lifter. She is currently ranked on the pre-totals, Kurt, in 5th place. So she's one of the ones that is looking to potentially put pounds on her total and move up, maybe get on the medal stand. Upset the apple cart, as they say, Kurt.
Yeah, I know you're going to hear us mentioning this quite a few times with the odd start time that we've got going on here at this competition. You never know what these lifters are going to run into as far as, you know, they might actually perform better than what they're used to, because a lot of them are used to training later in the day, but some of them are going to be used to training first thing in the morning, and so this could be more than 12 hours after when they're used to getting under the bar. So you never know what we're going to see here. Now, it looks like at 100 kilos, our first lifter is going to be Payal Ghosh, and she's going to be doing 100 kilos, which is 220 pounds. The bar has not been called loaded yet, so she'll be our first lifter that's going to be going. After her, we're going to see Alyssa Mirasol and Lisa Rothman. Now, taking a look at that forecast score, it's kind of like you said with Heather Connor. Looks like she's going to be well ahead of everybody else at 340 kilos after her openers. So these other lifters are going to have to really make a lot of attempts or possibly make some big jumps in order to get up with her and hope that she just doesn't have a great day.
Well, and the interesting thing with Heather, Kurt, is last year she got second at this meet. She actually lost to Lisa Rothman, who's also lifting today. But when they went to the Worlds, Heather got second. Her total went up quite a bit. Lisa ended up in 6th. So Heather's clearly on the rise. She's a 25-year-old lifter out of North Carolina. They call her cornbread down there. And she is looking at potentially the American record in the total. She's got a 771 American record total heading into the meet. And as you said, looking at forecast totals, just off openers, she's at 749. So you'd have to figure if she can just add 12.5 kilos, you know, through making any of her other attempts, she's going to be in a position where she's going to set the American record total. And I talked to Heather, and there was a fire in her eyes. She was someone that was really excited about the prime time. She actually has quite a few people out there that are going to be watching, family in North Carolina. In fact, she told me a story that we're going to go into later, but basically she's dedicated this meet to her nephew. Unfortunately, she had a family tragedy. Her sister's son passed away at birth about a month ago, and Heather said her family was supposed to be here, but obviously they're taking care of her sister and dealing with that. And she said, but they're all going to be tuning in tonight, and she's dedicated this meet, you know, to her nephew Noah and to his memory and to her family. So we want to wish for that family. Our prayers go out to them, and just get behind Heather today. If you're watching at home, that's a lifter you want to watch. Being able to come to a national meet, Kurt, with that on your mind a month later, that's got to be tough.
No doubt about it. Okay, it looks like our spotters have got just about everything ready to go. As we said before, our first lifter is going to be Payal Ghosh at 100 kilos.
Dr. Deadlift, they call her.
Dr. Deadlift.
Dr. Deadlift. I love that. She's got a PhD in exercise physiology. So she not only knows how the lift is done, she can explain it to you biomechanically, Kurt, using a lot of big words.
Absolutely. And I spoke to her earlier, and the Dr. Deadlift name is absolutely well-deserved. She does have an enormous deadlift that we're going to be seeing towards the end of this competition.
Well, the interesting thing, Kurt, is her competition pull of 374 was done in a USAPL meet. There were not the official judges to make an American record, but she's actually exceeded the existing American record currently held by Heather Connor. So it's pretty amazing when you've got a meet where you've got the American record holder in the deadlift, and she might not even have the biggest deadlift in her class. I have not seen Payal in a situation, Payal, where she's actually deadlifted, but I'm told she pulls a sumo with a very wide stance, and literally the bar just pops right up. Right. Now, she did mention to us she's had some injuries, and she said she won't know till deadlift time, you know, what she's going to have in her.
Right.
But Lisa Rothman's going to have a say in the battle. Now, Lisa Rothman's interesting, Kurt. She is a masters lifter who, like I said, won this meet last year, and she is coached back at home by, get this, Kurt, 2-time IPF world champion, and I'm told he's watching, so we got to do a shout out to the legendary John Gamble.
Wow.
Back in 1982 and 1983, he was the preeminent, the dominant 275er in the world. The only one who would out-total him at the Nationals would be Bill Kazmaier, and he was a super. And Gamble an absolute legend. He's been a strength coach all over the country and at University of Virginia and currently in the Miami Dolphins.
Okay, so here's our first lifter. We are finally up and ready to go in our prime time broadcast, and this is Payal Ghosh. She's going to be attempting 100 kilos. This is 220 pounds.
Payal's interesting. Her PR squat's 237, so this is an opener well within her limits, but it'll give us an idea on what she's got today.
Right. A lot of times with these big deadlifters, you can really tell just how great of a day they're going to have based on this first squat. So let's just see how fast this is.
I'm told she uses a lot of back, which makes sense for a deadlifter.
Right.
We'll see on this lift. Interesting style. She's looking down. You see that a lot in the Europeans. Oh, she does crank the head up.
Looks like she locked that out without much of a problem.
And the lift is...
And that lift is good. Three white lights for her.
We've got so many monitors here, Kurt. Took me a while to find the light.
I know. This is really different than I'm used to just watching one particular screen and perhaps a second one, but I don't even know where to look at anymore.
Trey Cunningham is the director, producer extraordinaire of this broadcast, and we'll touch on his accomplishments later, but this is quite a setup.
All right.
We got Alyssa.
Our next lifter, Alyssa Mirasol. She is in our open division, obviously, here in the prime time, but she's also double entered in the junior division, which means she's under the age of 23, and she's going at 102 kilos. This is 226.
Alyssa's first meet was in April of 2016, and she's at the Nationals in October.
She's brand new to the sport. She's probably got a lot to... Oh, wow.
Looks like a pretty easy
that was really
opener.
fast. And that lift is good. 3 white lights for her. She's going to have a lot left to gain on this.
And her PR is 248, so she's not far away from a PR.
No, she's only 10 keys off of that. I think we're probably going to see that and quite a bit more, and possibly even on her second attempt, because she's got a lot left in the tank. Now, coming up right now, the bar is just been loaded for Lisa Rothman, who we were speaking about earlier.
253, Kurt. Now, her PR is 270. Like I said, she won the Nationals in this class last year, but got 6th in the Worlds. She is in a position here where she's going to have to probably go 9 for 9 to be able to knock Heather off.
Right. Probably a little more of a struggle than what she was hoping for on that first squat.
I agree, Kurt. It was a solid attempt, but it's not quite what you'd want to see on an opener.
Yeah,
3 white lights.
That lift is good, 3 white lights, but I don't think that was really what she wanted. All right, so Tiffany Leung is going to be the next lifter. She's going to be going at 117.5 kilos. That is 259 pounds. And Heather Connor will be rounding out our women's class, and then we'll be starting our 59-kilo men.
Interesting here, Tiffany, Kurt. She's got a 270 PR squat coming into the competition, opening at 259. So it tells you one of two things. Either she's gotten considerably stronger in training, or this is going to be pushing it on her opener.
Tiffany is actually bringing in some numbers that were a little more than expected. Her openers are equaling all the way up to 688.
What about the depth? Clearly deep, Kurt. I'd give her 6 white lights on that one.
Wonderful technique, 3 white lights on that one. So that lift is good. Now, she probably doesn't have as much left in the tank as what some of these other lifters might have, but these openers are pretty high for her. So we could be seeing a pretty darn good total, and if Heather Connor and some of the other lifters aren't on their A game today, then she might be able to come in there and get them.
Well, where Tiffany's going to have trouble is the deadlift. Heather's really got a considerable lead. So
right.
Heather now here opening attempt 264. Her PR squat's only 270, Kurt.
Yeah, she's opening pretty darn high. I was watching her warm up. She is definitely fired up and ready to go and making quite a bit of noise out there on the platform. She's going to be a fan favorite today, you can tell.
Cornbread, they call her in North Carolina.
That squat was not difficult at all. Definitely easy. 3 white lights, good job for her. She's going to have quite a bit left in the tank. If she can just put herself in what some coaches will call cruise control, she could definitely put herself in a position to where they're not going to be able to get anywhere close to her. She could probably be pretty conservative with her attempts today and be able to win this walking away with it, I would expect, based on that squat.
Yeah, I'm thinking if she goes 6 for 9, she's probably got the meet wrapped up.
More than likely. I would definitely agree with you. Now, Bill Tenerelli is going to be our first male lifter of this class, and he's at 59 kilos, which is 130. and he weighed in at 58.6. So he's just about a pound under that. So he's weighing about 129, and this is 172.5 kilos. This is 380 pounds.
He comes to us with a 400 PR, so a 380 opening squat. That's definitely pushing it a little bit. But it looks like 400 is probably well within his capabilities.
I would agree that 182, which is also 402, is probably not going to be any kind of a problem for him. That lift is good, 3 white lights, so we're well on our way to having a perfect flight. I'm sure I just jinxed everybody with that, but still.
But you know what's interesting in this weight class, just these 359 kilo lifters, you'll actually notice the opening squats are all within 15, 16 pounds of each other.
Right.
Between Tenerelli, Kupperstein, and we've got our Shorty Sadang coming up after that.
Okay, now, this is the definitely the oldest lifter in our prime time for this flight. Eric Kupperstein has been involved with USA Powerlifting for many, many years. He is a Masters 2 lifter, which means that he is in his 50s, so he's competing in the open division as well as in the M2s. Now, this is 177.5. This is 391.
Now, I had a nice interview with Eric, and let me tell you a little bit about him. He is going for the gold here. He is a strategy guru. He is looking to put whatever he needs to be able to take the win on his third deadlift.
Well, part of that strategy is having the widest stance of any lifter you're going to see here this week. Came up with that with no problem. That lift is good, 3 white lights. That's well done. You're not going to see too many lifters out there that have the hip strength and or the flexibility to be able to pull off a squat like that. He squats that same way when he's in equipment as well. He is quite an accomplished lifter in both varieties.
Well, let me tell you, last year at this meet, he actually squatted 385. He just opened at 391. So he's already ahead on his opener, and as you said, there was more left in him.
Well, based on what we're seeing with the prognosis totals, he's going to have every bit of that in order to get up there with these other 259s. Now, this is the last of our 59s. This is Shorty Sadang. He's at 180 kilos. This is 396.
This is my pick to win the competition. He's a videographer out of Orange County, and I had a nice talk with him. He is actually he's on the rise, in my opinion. This is a young man that's got a lot of potential.
Well, that squat was on the rise as well, and definitely fast. Let's see what the referees give that one.
It's got to be
waiting on
lights.
something from the head referee here. That lift is good, 3 white lights.
396, and wouldn't you say, Kurt, easily 10, maybe 15 kilos more?
I don't think there's any doubt about it that that his coach is going to be able to put the pedal to the metal when it comes to picking attempts here. Now we're going to start our 66 kilos. These lifters are at 145 pounds. That's the top of their weight class. Now some of them are going to be pretty close to that heavy, but most of them are going to be in the mid 64s, so they're going to be probably somewhere around 143. The first of them is Lenard Jones, and he is in the junior as well as the open class.
Out of North Carolina, 20 years of age.
197.5, this is 435.
Looking down, Kurt, interesting technique.
Continuing the trend of easy opening attempts. Good job by all these lifters. 435, 3 white lights, well done. Now, this is what the lifter that's upcoming is the one that you were speaking about earlier, James Vang. He's coming in at 202.5 kilos. That's 446. Now, Vang is just fresh out of the juniors. He is in only the open class, which means he's 24 years of age. If James is wanting to get up with some of these other lifters, he is going to have a heck of a day. Now, what James has probably got working for him is that he's opening extremely light in his deadlift.
James is a 3-time collegiate national champion in the equipped division. Coming over to the raw division, he's the guy that could potentially upset McHoney if he puts on really a big day. Chest up, very tight. Knees stayed out. And the judges say
waiting on the lights from the referees.
If it was up to me, I would have given it white lights. The lift is good.
That lift is good. 3 white lights for James Vang. Now, that was definitely, of the squats that we've seen, that was the highest. So James doesn't need to take that squat a whole lot higher as far as the depth goes. Now, This is a lifter that I'm very familiar with and that he trains in the same gym that I do here in the Dallas, Texas area. This is Willie Lim at 207.5. This is 457 pounds. For a lifter that weighs under 145, this is extremely impressive. Willie is also a junior lifter, meaning that he is under 23 years of age.
Well, and interestingly, he won the Junior Nationals last year in this competition, and we're going to see the guy that he beat, Sawyer Yandell, in a few minutes. So there's quite a battle here. Well, that was clearly deep.
The last thing that I said to Willie when I wished him good luck in the warm-up room, I said, make sure those squats are fast. And he does that every day when he does a squat workout. If he's able to get in there and have a fast ascent, he's got a chance at putting up a huge number. And Willie is definitely looking to squat more than 500 today. Now, here is the lifter, Dr. Patrick, that you picked to be the champ of this 66-kilo class. This is Keith McHoney. He is the defending national champion. He was also on the national team that went to Raw Worlds.
Got second at the Worlds.
Yeah.
And he is the 4-time American record holder. He holds the American records in all 4 lifts. Well, and I call him the human anatomy chart. When you see him deadlift without a shirt on, you can actually see every muscle in the upper body.
Well, he is impressive in all 3 lifts, and this is a big squat here. This is 485.
Well within his capabilities. 534 is his PR.
That was no problem at all. Now we'll see what his depth. His depth was not extremely low. We'll see.
I think it was a good lift, but you're right.
This one. Now that was good. 3 white lights. Okay, now if you were listening to us during the intro, I was talking about a dark horse lifter. This is Sawyer Yandell. Sawyer is a young lifter. He's also a junior, one of quite a few juniors that we have going in the Primetime. He is from Texas as well. I've been watching this young man for quite a few years, and as he's improved in powerlifting. He is the junior world record holder in the squat. Is that correct?
Actually, yes, I was there in St. Croix. He did a 5:08 junior world record in the squat at the North American Championships this past August in beautiful, picturesque St. Croix, Virgin Islands.
This is 485. That technique was fantastic.
Fantastic, and I would almost argue he went maybe a little too deep.
Possibly.
He's given away a few pounds being that deep compared to some of the other lifters in his class.
Lift is good. 3 white lights for him. All right, now, this is the final lifter of the first round. Jonathan Garcia is going to be bumping it just by 2 kilos. So this is 222, which just is 490. Now, if Jonathan makes this, then we'll have a perfect first round of squats. I hope I'm not jinxing him with this. 490 pounds. Jonathan also is a much smaller lifter than the others in this class. Most of them are weighing above 65 kilos, and Jonathan's coming in weighing 63.8, so he is well under the limit. And if you'll notice by his rack height and his scale to the spotters, he is significantly shorter than the rest of them as well.
He needs to lower that rack height. He barely got the bar out.
A little bit of a struggle there in the middle. Looked a little shaky. I think that rack height might fix it. That lift is good, 3 wide lights. So we've got our perfect first round.
Yeah, how about that? Perfect first round in the squat.
Not too often that you're gonna have that with these competitors.
You do notice it more in the equipped division than you ever notice in the raw division than you notice it in the equipped. But that was a very impressive start to our competition. We've been talking about this being a historic event. And I think the lifters are stepping up to the plate, Kurt. It took a while to get to the prime time, but the lifters are ready and rearing to go.
Well, it doesn't appear that this late start has really affected their squat strength or their technique, or their central nervous system, or any of those different factors that you could possibly think of that's going to affect their performance. Now, starting our second round.
Dr. Deadlift, Kurt.
Dr. Deadlift. Payal Ghosh. She's successful with 100 kilos or 220 on her opener. She's only taken a small 5-key jump. You can probably expect smaller jumps out of her because she's going to want to save her back for that big deadlift. She was talking to me earlier about that she has her sights set on a really big pull later in the day.
Yeah, actually, has pulled more than the American record in competition. The judges weren't certified to make an American record, but she's capable of a big deadlift. She's representing American Barbell. She told me to give a shout out to the wonderful people at American Barbell and to her parents in Minnesota tuning in watching her, by my estimate, going 2 for 2 in the squat, Kurt. Let's see what the judges say.
Look good to me, too. That lift is good. 3 white lights for her with that bent-over squat style. She's looking good. Looks like her back is holding up just fine. Our next lifter is going to be Alyssa Mirasol, and she's going to be doing 110 kilos. That's 242 for this lifter who's in the open and junior classes.
Yeah, and the interesting thing here with Alyssa, she's coming to us as a junior out of New York. She actually took a slightly bigger jump than Payal did, so she's added 7.5 kilos or 15 pounds to her squat. So let's see what 242. This would actually be just under her PR of 248. A strong walkout, Kurt.
No problem coming up with that.
The depth was borderline, but I think it was a good lift. Compared to what we've been seeing a lot of very deep squats. As you know, there's no benefit to going extra deep. She broke parallel, and that's all she needed to do.
Right. 3 white lights. Dr. Patrick, I don't think we've seen a red yet.
That's interesting. You know, we haven't had a missed lift. I don't know if we have seen a red. Here we go, the Masters lifter out of Florida.
Right.
Coached by, as we said, 2-time IPF
Jon
World Champion Jon Gamble. He's not here in attendance, but I'm told he's watching at home.
One of the biggest, most muscular 275s that you were ever going to see. That guy was enormous.
Yeah, in his era, he was revolutionary, known for cutting enormous weights, coming down to the 275s from well over 300 pounds.
This is 120 kilos,
Elliot Feldman
264.
getting some nutrition on the side of the platform. He's had a full day. Strong walkout for Lisa. Now, that was interesting,
Unfortunately,
Ken.
not very strong on the way up, though. She gets buried with that one. Now, she might, if she's able to hit that one with a little bit more speed on her third attempt, she might be able to come out, but it's going to be difficult for her.
Well, it'd be interesting when we get to see some of these lifts on replay. That lift, it appeared to me like she came out of the hole with some power, Kurt, but just shifted a little forward. And when that happens, obviously with maximum weights, your leverages start to become at a disadvantage. Now this young lady was quite impressive, Kurt, on her opener. Tiffany Leung, this is a PR tying attempt on just her second attempt. And based on what we saw, I think this is well within her capabilities.
Well, her forecasted total is 317 kilos or 699, and her PR total right now is 688. So it looks like she is definitely tracking for an excellent day here.
Very deep squat. Very deep squat. In fact, I would go so far as to say that clearly took some out of her.
Yeah, she's going to need to try and avoid going quite so low on her third attempt if she wants to come up with that one, because she's not going to have as much gas left in the tank. She's going to need to do a little bit better with that.
Well,
now,
it's fascinating, Kurt. Some of the techniques, some lifters, as you're aware, get more benefit from going deeper because they rebound. But in general, obviously, you prefer to just break parallel because there's no benefit to going lower. Now, this is an American record, so what she's doing here is just going past the American record.
Right. Now, for those of you who don't know, what's going on here is the referees are getting the special weights or the very small record plates. Some of the referees and lifters will call them chips. So this is actually 125.5 kilos. So
276 pounds.
Yeah, 276, which a little
and
bit
this
more
does
than the
count
usual.
to your total. It used to not,
Right.
but in recent years it counts to your total. So this means a lot because if she hits this, as we talked about earlier, we believe second attempts will give her the title.
Right.
But if she gets stuck with openers, she does open the door slightly.
Right. Now with Rothman and Leung missing their squats prior to this, if she makes this, she's really in the driver's seat.
Yes.
Heading
And
into
with the
bench
best
press.
deadlift.
Oh, yeah.
Look at her. There's an awful lot of fire in a small body right there. I mean, she is angry. She's talking. Let's see if she can back it up.
She needs to go fast on the descent with this. And
Oh
she
my
came out
God.
with that with no problem at all. Let's see how deep it was, though.
I would go so far as to say, Kurt,
I
don't know
don't
if
think
she can fight up
132 would be a
300,
problem
but I think
myself.
290.
Yeah,
too.
I think 132, which is 292, is definitely possible.
Be
303
interesting
may
if
be a
she'd have a
stretch.
shot at 300.
Absolutely.
That's an American record. Well, what we're trying to do is announce in pounds mainly because we have our American fans. Those of you who tune in when it's the World Championships, we always announce in kilos.
All right, now, that does it for the second round of women's squats, and we're moving into the third round. Into the male lifters. We've got the 59 kilos. This is Bill Tenerelli. He's going to be doing 182. So this
is the PR, Kurt. 402.
Yeah, this is. This is a PR for him.
Oh!
A little bit shaky on the way up. You could see that he was having issues with his balance, and when he locked it out, that bar was on its way back, and he just was unable. You'll see that from time to time. That was definitely not intentional.
Yeah, that's not one where he's going to be. There is a rule infraction if you intentionally duck out of the bar because it's dangerous to the spotters. That was clearly something where he actually locked the weight out. It would have been, in my opinion, a good lift. But what happened was he seemed, as he came up, he was losing his bounce. He tried to hold the bar, but in doing that, he lost the...
Actually, for Bill and his coach, I'm sure they're actually looking at possibly even taking an increase, even though he missed that lift. I don't think there's going to be any problem with him being able to make that when he tries it on his second attempt. Yes, and he is going back to 402 again. So
the strategy there must be, in his mind, he has a shot to win with a 402, but I'm with you. With the way the numbers set up, for him to really be in the driver's seat, he might have wanted to bump it up 5 kilos.
Right.
Of course, I always say the deadlift is the king because you know in the deadlift what you need. In the squat, you don't know. If he knew exactly what he needed, he might need 5 more kilos.
Right.
But you just don't know. All right, here we go. The attorney out of Massachusetts,
okay,
World Masters record holder in the squat in the M1 division, Kurt. He's out-squatted all the 40 to 49-year-olds.
Actually, he's in the M2s.
But as an M2, he holds the M1 squat work.
Yeah, that's true.
That's what I'm saying. That's how impressive he is.
Sure. So this is 187.5 kilos. This is 413 pounds. This is a 10-kilo increase or a 22-pound increase.
Just under his world record squat.
I would imagine that the strength is not going to be an issue for him. It's just you can never tell with some of these raw lifters how much they're going to have left in the tank from attempt to attempt, but his opener looked really good.
Well, and the balance is critical in this wide stance. He's got to stay in the groove. Now that definitely was pulled up on depth from the last one. Let's see what the judges say. I think it was good, but it was pulled up.
Was a good lift. Now he's not going to have a whole lot left in the tank for his third attempt squat, but
what would you say, 5 kilos?
I would venture a guess that his coach is probably going to take him up 5 kilos, and that's probably going to be pretty difficult because he sticks in the middle there. We're going to go to 190 kilos for Shorty Sadang. He was successful with 180 or 396, and he's going to 190, which is 418. After that, we're going to move into our 66-kilo guys.
Shorty was very impressive on his opener. I think this is a reasonable and more than comfortable jump. This is under his PR of 424, but he needs this to hold off Eric because of that big deadlift Eric brings to the table.
And if he can make this and continue to roll, he'll be in good shape. I would imagine that he's probably got his sights set on 200 kilos or 440 based on that one.
I think 200 is there. I don't think he'll jump quite that much. That's a big jump for a third in this weight class, but it'll be, I would suspect he'll go 190. Forecasted total. The forecasted total for those of you watching at home means we take the completed squat with the opening bench and opening deadlift on what people are going to be finishing at.
Now this is Lenard Jones. He is in the open division. Was successful with 435 on his opener. He's going all the way to 468. This is a big jump for a raw squat, especially for a smaller lifter. Let's see how he can handle this.
His goal today is to win the junior division, he told us. And he's got Sawyer Yandell and Willie Lim to battle in the juniors.
Oh, he was really shaky there at the top, and I'm not sure that they're going to say that he had control. They do, though. 3 white lights. He's not going to have a whole lot left in the tank either, but he's done really well for himself in making 2 attempts. That 212 was big for him.
Yeah, that was a huge PR. Leonard's PR going into today is 451. So
well,
he just put 15 pounds on a PR.
He's doing a heck of a job trying to keep himself as close as he can to Keith McHoney. Now this is James Vang. Now James is coming out here with a 5 kilo or just over 10-pound PR. This is 217 or 479. 202 looked pretty good for him, but this is pretty aggressive.
Yeah, this would be a raw PR. He's handled much more, obviously, in gear. But this is one of those make or break. If he makes this could put him in a position to potentially climb the...
He only got one red light for depth on that one. I myself thought that, personally, I thought that was high. But
I would have rented it, but
yeah,
it was close.
It was. Now, Willie's going to have to hit the bottom really fast, and he does that for sure.
Willie's
I can assure you Willie's got a 500 squat in him today if he could do it right, because that squat was good. 485.
501's his PR, so you think he'll go for tying it,
I
or
don't,
actually go
I don't think there's any doubt about it myself.
Do you think he'll go past maybe 507?
It's very possible. He knows that he's got to be aggressive to try and stay with these other junior lifters in Lenard Jones and Sawyer Yandell. I mean, he's got to get every pound on his total while he can.
Yeah, it's interesting actually. Lenard is the #1 right now in forecasted total by a decent amount. But
right.
Sawyer's going to have something to say about it, because this is a decent jump here. This is another 28 pounds.
Right. Yeah, this is big. This is pretty aggressive for Sawyer.
This would actually...
Yeah, this is better than his existing world record that he set. Now, it wouldn't be official here because this is a national competition, but still, this is a PR. It looked like he almost came to a dead stop there at the bottom, and he's still able to stand up with that. That lift is good, 3 white lights. I'd really like to see a replay of that one.
If we have a replay, the interesting thing you'll notice his knees start to come in as he comes out of the hole. What happens on that lift? Watch this here, Kurt. It causes your hips to go back as the knees come in. It actually makes you work harder. Your leverages aren't as good. If he can correct that, there's actually a good bit more in him. But if the knees go in, Kurt, he might not have much more.
The strength in his abs and lower back to be able to slow down like that and still be able to remain upright is pretty impressive to me. Now, staying at the same weight at 512, this is Jonathan Garcia. 490 was not difficult for him. This ought to be a good lift if he can do it correctly.
Well, this is a lifter that you can tell he's new to the national stage. He's looking to hit maybe in the 540 to 550 range. Based on what we saw in his opener, I don't think he's anywhere to that level. I think this could be a maximum lift, and technique-wise, he might be in a situation where he struggles. Now, it looks like he lowered the racks, but still probably not low enough. He probably needs to drop them down.
Much better setup this time, though.
And the setup can make a huge difference. Yeah, that would have, in my opinion, been turned down on depth.
Yeah, that didn't look like it was extremely deep, and it still buried him, so he could be having a bit of a problem. It doesn't look like he's limping or anything, but I'm not too sure that we're going to see a huge day out of Mr. Garcia. Now, based on what we've seen so far in this competition, if Keith Connor, he can find himself in the driver's seat to where he's going to allow himself to make small jumps and just make lifts and set himself up for a huge total.
Well, I've been told that occasionally I resemble Miss Cleo, so I'm going to make a prediction here. I actually believe Keith McHoney is going to seal up the title with this lift. I think when he makes this lift, which I think he will, his opening bench and deadlift will wrap it up. Now, I think he's got a lot more in him. This guy is an absolute superstar in the making, and I think what he wants to do is turn that silver from the Worlds into gold. And in order to be able to contend at the Worlds, he's going to need more than this. This is going to be well within his capability.
Got to stay aggressive at the bottom of this squat, though. He doesn't need to risk cutting it like some of those other lifters have. Hit it with some speed here, Keith. That looked pretty good to me. What'd you think there, Doc?
I think that lift is good. He did seem like he was a little uneven, maybe had some balance problems, but clearly plenty of strength.
He's definitely excited about that one. That was a big, big squat. My goodness, 523 pounds.
We're going to get to watch this again, Kurt. Replay cut out a little bit before you could see it, but what we saw in there was just a little bit of balance issues. But when you're lifting max weights like that, a little balance can affect you. Now, the question is, and it looks like they have him passing his third, and that makes sense to me because I think he's in a position where
I would agree, most certainly the strongest lifter in this class. We've yet to see what he's going to on his last attempt. Now we're starting our third round, and this is Payal Ghosh, Dr. Deadlift, as we were talking about before. She's pound jumps, so she's remained very conservative on this.
This would be a PR by 2.5 kilos. And this would give us a good indication that her back is feeling good for the deadlift. Interesting. She's looking straight down, and then right when she starts to squat, she'll look up. It's deep. She's got a strong back. No
well, that's a shame. Yeah, she's really put herself in a bad spot with that because she missed the lift and she's not going to get credit for it, but at the same time she also strained her quite a bit. Could have taken something out of her back. Now, not to say that she picked the wrong number because it was only a 5-kilo increase, so it just didn't look like she quite had that. Now, our next lifter is going to be Alyssa Mirasol. She's also in the open and junior division. She's 2 for 2 so far in the squat, and this is 253 that she's attempting now.
4th meet in 6 months, Kurt. As we talked about earlier, her first meet was in April of 2016. She is like a rocket shooting up to the top of the national competitor ranks in this weight class. Junior lifter out of New York. And this competition. Alabama's Brandon Maddox. Like I mentioned earlier, I've gotten to see this guy lift quite a bit, but in looking at his bio, he has done 20 plus meets in the last 2.5 years, Kurt. 20 plus meets in 2.5 years. I haven't seen him lift in 20 meets.
It would be interesting to see
Ladies
what
and
he's
gentlemen,
able to do if he's able to put together an entire adequate training cycle and see what he can total them.
ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, women and children of all ages, I'm told we are back online. We apologize. There was a delay. We had some outages of the internet. I'm told there's just so many lifters logging on to watch this broadcast, thousands and thousands all over the world. I think we blew a fuse here in Atlanta.
A little bit of a struggle there in the middle.
The lift is.
And that lift is good for Brandon Maddox at 247, so 545 pounds. He's good with that one. He's 2 for 2 in the squat. Our next lifter is going to be Taylor Atwood. Now, Atwood's making a pretty significant 15-kilo or 33-pound jump from 518 all the way to 551. Now, Atwood is the defending silver medalist from the Raw Worlds this year. Was in a heck of a close fight for the gold medal in that competition.
Yeah, he actually locked out the deadlift at the Worlds, was turned down, but the lift he locked out would have won the gold.
Well, he's got himself plenty of competition here.
But you notice that gap is closing between him and Blake.
Right, definitely is.
Because Blake only jumped 10 kilos, Atwood's jumping 15, and I think this lift, Kurt, will have room to spare.
Right.
I think this is maybe 15 kilos under his max.
Yeah,
at least 10.
Taylor's opener was the fastest of all the ones that we saw.
Yes.
I'm sure he's got this with a lot of room to spare.
Technically sound, very powerful, and he's a guy on a mission. I mean, he is looking to go for the gold.
Again,
that's an opener, Kurt.
Yeah.
That is an opening attempt. That young man, he won't go for this, but that young man has 584 in him.
I would agree with you. It was a really easy squat. Now, some might look at that and say that he's actually opened probably too light.
He might end up hurting himself, but he told me he wanted the American record squat. I'm sorry, he wanted to exceed the world record squat, which is 573. So he told me he wanted 574. It won't count, obviously, because this is not a world competition.
Well, I'm looking at our score sheet here, and that's what he's gone to. He's gone to 260, which is 573 for his third attempt.
So that would tie
right.
the IPF world record, but it would also break his existing American record.
If he's able to make that, then he can break that. But more importantly than the records themselves, he's got to try and keep himself within striking distance of Blake Lehew. Now, our next lifter here is going to be Dexter Jones.
He's only had about 5 minutes rest.
Right, he's going 551 after successful with 518.
Yeah, he smoked that opener. He should have this. The interesting thing there is the knees stayed out, gave him a lot more power.
That lift is good, 3 white lights.
For those of you earlier, we want to make sure we update. When the power went out, when we lost the broadcast because we had so many millions and millions of fans, what happened was we did record the session, so you won't be able to rewind immediately. But after the meet, when everything is stored on YouTube, all those lifts will be recorded, and you'll get to hear the dulcet tones of my partner, Kurt, and I, and all the wonderful thoughts we had. You'll get to hear it. You get to be able to reminisce about the great lifts you missed.
Silky smooth sounds of
the... We didn't sing. Now look at this
Primetime broadcast here at USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals.
This looks
Sean
like
Noriega.
A caged tiger. He looks like he's ready to approach the bar with business on his mind.
He's going to 562 pounds. He was successful with 551 on his opener.
Wide stance, Kurt.
Increase.
Chest stays up. The knees crashed in, but plenty of power. I think that lift is 3 white lights.
That looked good to me. I like that lift. That was good. 3 white lights. Well done. So he's moving himself up in both the open and junior classes. He's a force to be reckoned with there.
Now check the jump out here that the Army Major Donald Bigham took. This is the biggest jump, I believe. This will be a 50-pound jump. Nobody else has taken such a big jump. And in the raw division, this is a large jump, a 50-pound jump opener to second. But, Kurt, if you remember, he absolutely smoked his opener.
Yeah,
absolutely
he did.
Smoked it.
That opener was no big deal for him. But
he
we were talking about
he's got
a personal best somewhere.
596.
Yeah, 596. So even this shouldn't be too much of a problem for him. He was successful with 529, and this is 578.
This is the same weight last year that he missed. He hit 556, and he missed this lift at this meet. So, you know, when you train all year, there's nothing better than being able to come back and hit a lift you missed the year before. This will show how much strength he's put on. I think this is within his capabilities. I think he's going to have a little left in him.
Open and Masters division as well.
And the military. He's a 4-time military champion, and he is a 4-time Masters.
Looks like he's got something left there.
Yeah, that guy's strong.
It's a good, strong squat. He makes that in 2-1. One of the side referees felt that he didn't take it quite deep enough.
He got 12th place in this meet last year, but I would say there might be a shot for him to move up.
All right, so our next lifter is going to be John Downing. John was successful with 551 on his opening attempt. He's going to 578. Downing is only in our open division of the 183-pound class.
This lifter out of Ohio is 26 years of age. He got 6th in last year's meet with a 595 squat. And this is the guy I predicted will squat 600 today. So I think this lift, Kurt, will have plenty of room to spare. And Trey Cunningham has joined us. No, this looks like somebody who ate Trey Cunningham. It's Mike Zawinski. Sorry about that. I get those two confused. They're almost twins sometimes.
Another
600 pounds there or what?
For John.
I'm Miss Cleo. 600 pounds. Is it there or what, Kurt?
It doesn't really take Miss Cleo to figure out that he's got another 10 kilos. Let's not toot our own
I
horn
know,
quite
but I
too
said
much
600
there.
after his opener. What's that? Well, what happened was we thought that it was Trey Cunningham next to us. I saw Trey Cunningham, and then I looked over, and it was actually
okay, all silliness
being blocked out
aside,
by the sun.
We've got 262.5 kilos, 578 for David Alberts.
We got celebrities in the house,
540 on his opener, and he's going all the way to 578.
Do you see who that is over there? That's the famous, world-famous Man of Steel, right over there.
Steve Mann is here gracing us with his presence.
World record holder in the Masters division in the squat and the bench. Absolutely smoked a 910 squat in St. Croix 7 weeks ago. I was there to see it. It was quite a treat.
Okay, David Alberts. As
578.
578.
This is a healthy 40-pound jump, Kurt. It's a pretty good first to second jump.
He's able to
think
fight
that
through
lift
that
is
sticking
good.
point there in the middle. The lift is good, 3 white lights.
Yeah, that was a lift there that was within his capabilities, but not a lot more. Not a lot more.
Right. I would agree that he doesn't have a whole lot left in the tank. Now, Jon Gruden is going to be your next lifter. John was successful with 252.5 or 556 on his opener, and
very
he's going
strong
to
opener.
584. I don't think this is going to be difficult for him. That opener was really easy, based on just looking at this and what his opener looked like. I'd say that he was probably trying to set himself up for something on his third. You know, this is just kind of a stopgap, if you will, to see what he's going to be able to make on his third.
Well, if you look at his forecast, he's actually starting to open up the second place lead. If he can hit this lift, he'll open up his forecasted total by 28 pounds. His goal for today was a 560 squat. That's what he told us in the pre-meet bio. This is 584, Kurt.
Right.
So John must be getting stronger by the minute. That lift is good, but that's another example where he almost went too deep, Kurt.
Yeah, that was extremely low. But it also kind of goes to show you that a lot of these lifters have been making really, really easy openers and making pretty significant jumps to easy second attempts. Now, John was the exact opposite of that. He had a super easy opening attempt with 556, and he goes to 584, which is not an enormous increase, but that lift was pretty tough. So it shows you that these coaches and these lifters know themselves pretty darn well. That looked like a good second attempt. I would imagine that Jon probably is going to be taking somewhere. Oh, we're looking right at it. He's going from 584 to 600. Now
things are getting interesting here, Kurt. Charlie Dickson needs this lift to get on the scoreboard because he would be forecast in third place.
Well,
but he does not have a successful squat in yet.
Charlie's rolling the dice a little bit. He tried 567 on his opener, and he went ahead and made an increase. Now oh my
and that
goodness,
was a case.
Got on his heels a little bit too much and lost his balance backwards. Now the strength wasn't an issue there, but that lift is no good. 3 red lights for that one. He fell backwards. So we are running into what some will call a bomb threat, where he's got to make his third attempt in order to stay in this competition. I don't think the 10 kilo increase was any bit of an issue.
He's going to repeat it on his third.
He was strong enough to do it.
He's going to repeat it on his third, but he has to hit this to have any chance, because the way things are setting up, he's in a position, if he bombs out, it's going to open the door for a whole host of lifters. Jon Haack, junior American record, 639. In my opinion, Kurt, well within his capabilities.
Now, we haven't really spoken about the overall forecasted total here in this 83 kilo class, because Jon Haack is definitely the cream of the crop, as some would say, when it comes to this. I mean, he's forecasted to finish well above anybody. He's over 50 kilos ahead of, or over 100 pounds ahead of everybody else in the total here.
Yeah, 17-13 is his forecast.
If Jon
total.
wanted to, he could just take some very small jumps and have a nice 9-for-9 day with no problem. Now, if he finds himself where this is easy and he's able to go make a big third squat, we could see an astronomical total out of him.
I think 10 times body weight, we might see over 1,800. Now, that was not as low as his first one. I still think it was good, but he definitely brought the depth up a little bit. No lift.
The referees didn't feel like it was deep enough. Now, he had no problem standing up with it, and I think he could take that again and go lower and still stand up.
I think he'll go up, because I think he'll go for the American record.
I would agree with you there. I think he could take not a huge increase, but I think that he could take a small increase and still go low with it and be able to come up with it. Jon Haack is definitely
he only needs 296, which would be 13-pound jump to go for the American record.
Only 296, which
relative
right,
to what
which
we
is
just saw.
Which is over 650 for those of you who don't know.
Yeah. Actually, he would need 298. Sorry about that. Okay. That's still only about 18 pounds, so 300.
He's going. Looking at our score sheet here that Jon Haack is actually going to 300 kilos, so that's 661. That's kind of a milestone. Not so much here in the United States because we use pounds, but a 300 kilo squat without supportive equipment is very impressive. Okay, this is Dorian Parris.
We want to recognize some of our sponsors. We got Lemon City Barbell Club up in the top corner of your broadcast. Any of these sponsors that pop up, those of you at home, the way this broadcast takes place is because we have the support of these sponsors, and we want you guys to support them. When you see their logos pop up there in the corner, that means that our producer, director extraordinaire, Trey Cunningham, is being able to have these sponsors to help us put on such an amazing production. All right, here's the lifter that you've been talking about. Blake Lehew really needs this lift 551, in my opinion, Kurt, for him to be able to hold on and have a chance to be able to continue in the lead. He's technically in the lead in forecast total, but look at how close. You see 3 lifters within 33 pounds.
Yeah, Blake is in one of those scenarios right now where on the outside looking in, it's one of those that the lifter that's going to make the most attempts is going to win, because he's in a real dogfight where he's only separated by a few pounds from Taylor Atwood. So this is crucial for him. He was successful with 540 on his second. This is 551.
Yeah, this is going to be a technique issue because he's got right near max strength here, but he's got to keep his chest up and drive his knees out. Let's see what happens. Knees came in. Yeah,
Yep.
If that lift, if he could have kept his knees out, the strength was there, but that's just a situation where there's a technical issue there.
One thing that Blake definitely has going for him is he's always going to be comfortable under these heavy weights because he is a 650-pound squatter when he's wearing equipment. So when we spoke to him earlier, he was telling us that the weight really doesn't feel heavy on his back because obviously he gets a lot of extra pounds out of the supportive equipment, but at the same time, that weight's going to feel heavy no matter what you're doing. And so he actually kind of feels like he's giving himself a bit of a break when he's going to raw lifting in the squat, in that he's not having to support that extra 100 pounds.
Let's see what Brandon Maddox brings to the table. Now, this guy right here is in position where he is currently forecasted third. But like we said earlier, he's American record holder in the bench. And I, as I've said, have seen him lift quite a few times. I think this lift is going to push him, but I think he can do this. He's got to keep his chest up. Oh, this has got plenty left in him. That was a healthy third attempt, Kurt.
That was an impressive third. 3 white lights. Well done, Brandon Maddox. Nice job. Now,
that was a PR, 5-pound PR.
This is a big attempt in quite a few different ways. The first, this is Taylor Atwood. He's going to be attempting 573. Now, I know that this attempt has some repercussions when it comes to records, but also with Blake Lehew missing his third attempt, Taylor can separate himself a little bit and actually put himself in the forecasted lead over Blake by making this squat right here. So he can really take advantage of that miss by Blake right here. This is 260, this is 573.
My prediction to win the class, and this is why I was confident that under pressure, Taylor will make lift after lift, and I think this lift will push him, but I think he's going to have more left in him, Kurt. I think we might come off this lift saying 5 kilos, maybe even 7 is left in him.
It's difficult to say with some of these raw lifters, like we were talking about, since they don't have the supportive equipment like knee wraps and a lifting suit, that you never really know what these guys are going to have left in them. I mean, we've seen some lifters that have come back and just really killed their third attempt, and some of them have
he's just been technically sound.
Quickly.
He's got the chest up. Let's see if he can keep the knees out and drive back into the bar.
Wow. Well, that was definitely the opposite of what I was saying. That squat had no problem at all.
The only thing I think is I might have been underestimating him.
Right.
I was saying 7.5 kilos.
Right.
There could have been 12 there, Kurt.
Sure, it definitely could have been. And he's, like we said earlier, he's done himself a real favor because he didn't tax his back or his hamstrings quite a bit. So he's got a lot left in the tank for the deadlift too. So he's done himself a real favor in this battle that he's in with Blake Lehew.
And we saw a beautiful replay of Alyssa Rothman's third attempt squat.
In our technical staff's defense, Alyssa Rothman is much better to look at than these other lifters. So
yeah, that was actually much more fun.
All the Alyssa Rothman replays are encouraged. Now, it's not going to do much for our fans or the broadcast, but it's fine for me.
Well, it's going to be nice for some of the Alyssa Rothman fans. And actually, in this case, she's contending for the title. Now we move to Sean Noriega out of New York. Now, Noriega's been interesting here because he's in a class where he's really in a tight battle from second all the way down to about 6th place.
Right. Yeah,
so
he's actually right there in a battle for the bronze.
This is a lift that could make or break whether he makes the medal podium. Kurt, that lift had plenty to spare.
Yeah, his second didn't look that good. Easy 573. Good job, Sean. Bar's going to go up again. Another big increase for Dexter Jones. He's been successful with 518 and 551 on his first 2 attempts. Now he's going all the way to 578.
And if you were here earlier, as you know, Kurt, this is actually his 4th squat attempt. Remember,
right.
He had to repeat his opener.
Any lifter that's been in powerlifting for a while definitely knows that it's difficult when you have to repeat these attempts. It was beneficial to him on the scoreboard to be able to go to the jury and get granted another attempt, but also he is, like you said, doing his 4th squat, and that's going to be taxing for him.
And this is a guy right here who his overall placing, he's far down on the forecasted total, but in the squat, he's clearly putting himself in a position he's going to have one of the top squats in the class. And Michael Jordan-esque sticks his tongue out
No
for
big
an
deal.
easy third squat.
Really easy third. He's only showing a bench press opener of 280 pounds. I would imagine that he's going to have quite a bit left there. All right, now, the next lifter that's coming up, this is our most tense situation of the prime time going on right now. This is Charlie Dickson, and he was unsuccessful with 567 and 589 on his first 2 attempts respectively. Now he's repeating 589 on his third. He has got to make this in order to be able to stay in the competition. If he misses this, this will be what is referred to as a bomb out in powerlifting. Now he'll still be able to continue in the bench press and deadlift, but he will not be eligible to post a total. Locks that out. He was able to keep his balance at the top. That lift is good, 3 white lights, and he sure is excited, as he should be. Nobody wants to come to a national competition and not be able to post a total, so good job there.
Well, and more importantly, Kurt, that actually put him in the forecast of 3rd place. So he went from bombing out to he's right now in position where he's going to have a shot maybe for as high as silver.
Right. Not to mention that we do have that battle that we were talking about with the juniors, that it's not just the medals that these guys are fighting for. There is a spot on the national team in the junior division in Minsk, Belarus in 2017 that's on the line here. Donnie Bigham is going to be our lifter. He was successful with 529 and 578 on his first 2 attempts, and this is 595.
PR tying. This would exceed what he did last year by 40 pounds.
Now what Dr. Patrick is talking about with a PR, that is a personal record. Some people internationally will call it a PB or a personal best, is what he's talking about.
And what we're seeing here is this is a master's lifter, Kurt, who's still getting stronger. He's actually closing in on 600, and I think this is within his capabilities. This is going to be a matter of whether he can keep that tight groove. But I think he's got it. Let's see. He's looking down. That was not a max, Kurt. That's 3
Gives
whites.
the crowd a nice, oh yeah, baby, when he locks it out. That's a man that is boiling over with confidence leading into the bench press. He's done well. That was 3 for 3 in the squat, and he finished with a nice 595. Here we go. We are
crossing
going over
the
the
600
pound threshold here. This is David Alberts. Made 540 on his opener, 578 on his second. He is going all the way to 600. He is in our open division, 83 kilos. He weighed in at 81.4. So he's at about 178, 179, something along that range.
Yeah, I mean, he's giving away. Next lifter as well, Gruden's giving away even another 2 more pounds.
Right.
600-pound squat. This is a nice attempt here at the Nationals. Got a nice wide stance, set up strong.
He's able to fight through that in the middle. That looked pretty good to me. That lift is good, 2 to 1.
That's all you need, Kurt, 2 whites.
Okay, now, the bar is going to stay at 272 or 600 for Jon Gruden. He made 556 on his opener, made 584 on his second. Based on the speed that he had on his second attempt with 584, I think 600 is doable, but I'm going to be pretty surprised if he makes this one with ease. I think he may have to grind this one out a little bit.
Yeah, this is one of those lifts that I think is right on the border of whether I think 270, 595 would have gone. I think 600 might go, but it really comes down to how much guts. When you see a lifter attempting a lift like this, he's got to be able to keep the perfect groove through a tough, tough fight.
He is in a class, that difficult junior class, fighting for that world spot.
It's exactly what we said. It was just 2.5 kilos too much.
And it was just about 2 inches too low, it looked
Yeah.
like, on that
But
squat.
even at that depth, he might have made
Yep.
595.
I would agree with you, but a couple things need to happen in future competitions, in my personal opinion.
he's
I
giving
think
away.
he needs to squat just a tad higher because he's a little deeper than he needs to be. And I think if he does that, then he can be increasing his squat by a significant amount.
Yeah, I mean, you could easily talk 620, 630, 640 squat. Now we've got John Downing. He has been quite impressive, quite impressive. He has got 606. And Downing here is actually, Downing is out of Ohio. And this is the same weight he was unsuccessful with at last year's Nationals. So this will be interesting to see, training all year, see what progress he's made. For him being forecast in 8th place, Kurt, he's going to have this lift if he wants any chance to climb the ladder. Last year at this competition he got 6th, but the depth of totals is greater this year.
Don't think that John Downing is not capable of making this big 12-kilo increase. 578 was not hard. This is 606.
This is the guy I said all along would squat 600 today, and I did not
Well, he
lie.
definitely came up with it. Let's see what the referees give us.
I think that was good. You got
I
one
agree
right.
with you. I definitely think it was good. In fact, it was 2-1 good.
Did you think it was deep? I thought it was.
I did.
He pulled it up a little, but
Right.
hey, we just talked about a lifter going too low. You just need to break parallel.
Okay. Now, this is the final squat of this primetime broadcast and primetime session. We have John Haack, who is in our open and junior division at 83 kilos. Okay, he weighed in just under the limit, so he is weighing in right around 183 pounds. You can hear Gino, our announcer, getting the crowd going with the Haack chant. He has been successful with 6'11" on his opener, and then went to 6'11" on his opener, and then he missed 639. Now he's going up to 661. This is a big increase here.
Simply put, Kurt, the best lifter in this weight class in the world today.
No doubt about it.
And I think this lift is within his capabilities. He's got room to spare. Now he took it a little lower. I think that lift is good, Kurt.
Yeah, he missed that second one on depth. Let's see what the referees
I think that lift is
work
good.
with him
That
here.
should be 3 whites.
Well,
He got 1 red, but
2 white lights. Its lift is good, 2-1. That's going to be an unofficial world record for John Haack, but it's definitely going to count as an American record. He is far and away the best lifter in this class, and it was an excellent show of squatting ability here at the USA Powerlifting Raw Nationals. Now that concludes our squats. They're going to take a 5-minute break to get everything set up for the bench press for that first flight. But things kind of played out the way that we were anticipating in that second one. You've got a heck of a good battle going with Blake Lehew and Blake Lehew.
yeah, I still
And-
think
and
what
the
we're
other
seeing
guys.
is the 5 predictions we made to start
Taylor
today. I
Atwood,
still think
excuse me.
Heather Connor is going to be the favorite, and I still predict her to win the 103-pound weight class.
Yeah, Connor's definitely going to be able to walk away with that one. And it looks like we've got some interview
move forward a
time
little
coming
bit.
up with
With the American record squat holder, John Haack. We're going to send it over to Ryan at our interview set with the USA Powerlifting logo with the defending world champion, John Haack.
All right, guys, I'm here with John Haack, reigning world champion, American squat record holder, and he is shaking because he just squatted 661. John, how do you feel?
I don't know what to do with my hands.
John Haack doesn't know what to do with his hands, folks, but he's still the reigning world champion, and he's on fire today after coming back from a missed second squat, and I can see that look in your eyes, man. I'm looking forward to seeing you perform the rest of the day. Thanks for your time, man. Back to you guys in the booth.
And that was quite an impressive finish. We've already seen some great lifts
Congrats,
being
man.
set. We've already seen world-class competition. We're going to take a brief break as we get ready for the bench press, Kurt.
All right, we'll be back in just a few minutes, folks.
My name is Marisa Inda. I am a 52 kilo powerlifter in the USAPL and the IPF. I'm currently the 52 kilo national champion. I have the American record total, the American record bench, and the American record deadlift. My proudest moment in powerlifting, which might sound a little bit odd, is actually just jumping into my first meet with zero programming going into it, zero idea of what powerlifting was, and just getting through that meet, having a really good time, and just being bit by the bug. Over time, my training has evolved. In the beginning, I wouldn't say it was haphazard. I was doing my own programming, and I was doing it linear periodization based on an RPE scale. And it worked for some time, but I just felt like I needed a second pair of eyes to do my programming. And I started really separating out my blocks. So after a meet, instead of focusing on going heavy, heavy, heavy all the time, I started doing hypertrophy blocks, strength blocks, and a peaking block so that I could peak properly where I need to, which is on the platform. I've been lifting for over 20 years, powerlifting for 5, and I can tell you, it doesn't matter how long it takes you, that feeling that you get even when you put 1 pound on your bench is just amazing. So you have to be consistent, you have to be patient.
Okay. Bar is going to be loaded. We are starting the bench press here at the Raw Nationals. We're back in Flight A. This is going to be Payal Ghosh. This is 50 kilos. She's going to be attempting 110 pounds.
Payal Ghosh, opening attempt in the bench press, 110. Very easy opener, Kurt.
Yeah, she looked good doing that. One thing that you are going to see with these lightweight women in the bench press is they can just kill a bench press and take the smallest of jumps and it'll just bury them. So you're not going to see really big jumps in the bench from these 47-kilo women like what you might see with some of our bigger women or male lifters.
Well, yeah, and what happens in some cases, Kurt, is the extra wide grip benchers raw, you're in a position where the hardest part is getting drive off the chest. So when you hit it on an opener, sometimes it looks easy, and literally on a second or third, it'll stay on the chest. You won't even get it moving.
Right.
Similar to a sumo deadlift.
Okay. Alyssa Mirasol is going to be your lifter. She's going to be attempting 55 kilos. It's 121.3 pounds. She's in your junior division as well as in the open division.
Yeah, but on the score sheet, we need to be able to see the forecast. And the lift for?
That's a good lift for Alyssa.
Alyssa.
Okay, so Tiffany Leung is going to be the lifter. They're going to raise that bar to 57.5 kilos. It's 126 pounds. And Tiffany is one of those she's in the hunt for the medals because we've got a pretty tight battle. I mean, not extremely, but there are some lifters who are within striking distance of going and getting that silver medal.
Yeah, I think the silver is up for grabs.
Right.
I think Heather's probably got the gold as long as she hits an opener in each lift. But Lisa Rothman and Payal, they're only separated by 15 pounds on the forecast.
Yeah, I would highly agree with you. Rothman is going to be within striking distance of some of these other lifters. So if Tiffany can come in here and make some benches, she could set herself up to where she might be able to go with Rothman because their deadlift openers are not too far apart from one another. Now, on the other side of the coin, if Rothman could continue to make benches, she might just be able to put herself out of reach of these other lifters at 47 kilos or 103 pounds.
Well, and what's interesting is you can see the difference between Tiffany and Payal's forecast is only 5 kilos, but it's from 3rd to 5th place. So somebody earlier today is in the 4th place on the forecast total, and we'll get that information to you guys for the deadlift. There's also a 6th place lifter that must have lifted earlier today because Alyssa Mirasol is ranked as 7. Right. So we clearly know there's a couple lifters in this class who must have put on impressive lifts earlier this afternoon.
That bar is loaded and ready. She's taking the hand off right now.
Those big yellow plates just shining for all to see.
Oh, we've got a problem there. I hope that she did not fall out of the groove because if she didn't, and that was purely a strength miss, she could be in for a little bit shorter day in the bench press. I'm not positive as to what the problem was. It almost makes you wonder if there wasn't
a misload there, but that weight looked correct to me because you don't usually see an opening bench miss that badly. I mean, to be quite honest, it looked like she was really not anywhere close. And we have down here that she's done 126. And so that lift was, let's see, that's
what that was. That was 126.
So it makes you wonder there.
I can tell you this, she definitely didn't want that to be that heavy, and neither did any of her coaches. All right, now Heather Connor is going to be the next lifter. She's going at 62.5 kilos. That's 137 pounds. Now, as we said before, she is really the strongest lifter in this class and can really just walk away with it by making conservative attempts. But
I think she's going to go for the American record in the bench today because it's only 150, and this is 137. And that 137 flew up, Kurt.
Yeah, that didn't look like a problem at all. And you said the record is how much?
The American record's 150. So
okay. So, yeah, she's definitely within striking distance of making that bench if she can get after it a little bit.
And she already set the squat record and already holds the deadlift and total record. So she's looking to join Keith McHoney and John Haack as having the American records across the board.
Okay, so our next lifter is going to be the final female in this first round, and this is Lisa Rothman. She's doing the same attempt of 137.8 pounds that Heather Connor was just successful with.
A very narrow grip. You notice that, Kurt?
Looked smooth on the way up, and she locked it out. Now,
not
it
anywhere
wasn't
as easy.
terribly easy, though, so
Yeah,
I
not
don't
as
think
easy
she's
as
got a
that.
whole lot left in the tank there. Thank you, Mike. Okay, bar is now loaded and ready for Eric Kupperstein. This is 82.5 kilos. Now, this may seem like a significantly low bench, but this is not. You shouldn't be surprised by this, because anything that he can't do in the bench press, he more than makes up for with a great big deadlift. So he's an extremely strong puller, but as with many strong deadlifters, they are not built to bench press a lot. That was an easy opening attempt for Eric. He's going to have quite a bit left in the tank. He's going to be able to make a pretty significant jump. I don't think we're going to have a problem there, seeing probably, 209, maybe even as high as that on his second attempt. Now, this is a lifter who was really on fire during the squat and did actually an unofficial junior world record of 5:29 on his third attempt and looked really good doing it. This kid is having a great day. This is Sawyer Yandell. He is from Texas. I've seen this kid compete many at many local meets from where I'm from, and he's got quite a bit of talent, and he's definitely having a great day. This is 112.5 kilos. This is 248.
Interestingly, Kurt, just as an update, in looking at earlier results, that bench press record we talked about, 150, by Emma Ife, she actually broke it today and did 154. So Heather will have to lift a little bit more to break that record. Let's focus now on the men's division, Sawyer Yandell. And that lift is very
That's a good-looking lift for Sawyer. He's continuing his great day here. Now, this is the lifter that is going to really be able to turn the tables here with some good bench presses. This is Bill Tenerelli, and this is a pretty big opening bench press here, but he really has to be able to make all the benches that he can possibly make. This is 280 pounds, and actually I shouldn't say shortly after him, Shorty Sadang is going to be coming up in a few attempts, and he's going to be attempting 303. Now the prognosis, or the total, if they make all of their attempts that they've turned in, is the same for first place. Well, he sure brings that bar down quickly to his chest. That's amazing that he could recover from that.
Yeah, especially without a bench shirt. You typically don't see that.
That is a good lift, 3 white lights, though. Now, this is bringing us back into our 66 kilo class, or 145 pounds. This is James Vang. James is the lifter that is fresh out of the junior division, and he's pretty new to raw competition. He has competed for the last few years in equipment and is actually a medalist at the Junior Equipped World Championships. James lived in the Atlanta area for many years. He has some family here. He has plenty of friends here. He used to go to school and work here as well.
Yeah, James right here, he is a 3-time collegiate national champion representing University of Georgia in the equipped division. So showing up here in the raw division with a 281 opener. 314 is his PR, so you'd have to figure this should be well within his limits, Kurt.
To see that easy attempt like that is not surprising. He told me when he was weighing in that he had benched 320 in training without a problem at all, and he only weighed 147 when he did it, so he only had to cut a couple of pounds. So I would anticipate that they're going to take his bench probably to 303 or 308, something like that.
Now, this is a guy you're familiar with. Tell the folks at home a little bit about Willie Lim. You actually have trained with him in the same gym.
Yeah, Willie is still plenty new to the sport of powerlifting, and he squatted 485. He's known more as a really good squatter, but his bench has gotten significantly better in the last few months. This is 280, the same thing that James just did. I would anticipate that he handles this without much of a problem.
I love this view, Kurt. This is the overhead bench press view that revolutionized powerlifting.
My goodness.
Trey Cunningham bringing all the special effects out.
Willie has got a lot left in the tank, and he's going to need every bit of that because he did miss that third attempt squat, and so he's got some ground to make up on these other guys. And don't forget that Willie is in the juniors as well as in the open, so he's not just vying for an open national championship. He's trying to win a junior as well.
Yeah,
now,
that was quite interesting because that really was, in my opinion, the easiest opener we've seen. There were a few women that had some easy openers, but in the men's group, he looks like he's got a lot left in him.
Now, this is Shorty Sadang. He is attempting 303 pounds. He is the strongest bench presser of our lifters at 130, and he needs to make this because he is in that fight with Bill Tenerelli for first place at 130.
Yeah, and interestingly, I was checking ahead at some of the...
Excuse me there, Dr. Patrick. He had quite a bit of problem there in the middle of that, and I hope that, like I said before with one of our other lifters, I hope that was a technical issue because if that's purely a miss on strength, he could be setting himself up for a bomb out here, and we hope that doesn't happen. But it looks like he may have opened just a touch too high there because he was unable to lock that out. We don't like to see that.
Well, the one thing to touch on, we talked about this earlier here, Kurt. Shorty actually had an injury in training about 5 weeks out where he had to take 2 weeks off due to a shoulder injury. So it could be a situation, he mentioned to me, that sometimes he brings it down and it just feels like the shoulder's going to give out. Now, obviously, if he re-aggravated it, he could be in a position where he's not able to stay in the competition. Okay. Now we move to, if this lifter, in my opinion, hits his opening squat or his opening bench and deadlift, Kurt, I think he's our national champion.
Yeah, I would highly agree with you there. Keith is really the best lifter in this class, the strongest one. And he could set himself up for a really big total if he can do this well.
This should be an easy opener. Very easy.
It's a good-looking bench for Keith. Nice job, 303.
Holds
I would imagine to see him
record
going somewhere around. I'm sorry?
347 he holds the American record.
Well, that's not surprising that 303 looked like that. I'd suspect that he's going to go 325, 330, somewhere in that range. That would probably set himself up where he might be able to hit a PR. Now, this is Lenard Jones. He is our next to last lifter at 66 kilos or 145 pounds, and this is 314 for his opening bench. Now, the drama involved with Lenard is that right now on his prognosis total, he is in first place. If everything goes to plan, then he's going to total 597.5 total, so pounds. Kilos, or 1316.
He's in first place in the juniors.
Right, in the juniors with Sawyer Yandell.
Yeah, in the juniors, he's in first. The interesting thing here, if you remember, his opener was listed at 127. They put his opener in. I don't know if they were doing the old sandbag trip, but he just upped his opener by 33 pounds and smoked it, Kurt.
And that lift is good. Now, he didn't have a whole lot left in the tank on that, though. I mean, if he gets really aggressive with this, he might find himself in a second attempt that he misses, or if he does make it, it's going to be pretty tough. They've got to be really, really smart with this, with the attempt that he's doing, because we know for a fact that Sawyer has got a great big deadlift. I mean, he's
opening at 518.
Right, he's putting a lot of lifting videos out there on social media. You know, he's been doing some deadlifts in the mid to high 500s without much of a problem there in training.
But Lenard's got a 534 opener. So
yeah, I mean, both these guys are really close to each other in the deadlift, but the tale could be told with what happens here in the bench press. I mean, the lifter that can really set themselves up with a good subtotal could be the one that ends up winning. Looks like our spotting and loading crew is trying to get it figured out.
Yeah, we got bench blocks. When you have lifters in the bench that have shorter legs, they're allowed to use blocks up to 30 centimeters in height to be able to give them a little bit more of an opportunity to keep their feet flat but still get some leg draw.
Mm-hmm. And this is Jonathan Garcia.
Out of Florida.
Squatted 490 pounds. And this is the largest opener of this first flight. And this is 145 or 319.
And he told me on our pre-interview that he thought 350 might be there. So this should have more left in.
We can see just how truthful that's going to be. Now, 319 was not difficult, but I'm not too sure that he's got 352 in him. It could happen, but it's
interesting. He said he was going to squat 550 maybe, and his squat clearly wasn't there. So what could happen is this could be a situation he just doesn't have his A game. And,
right.
you know, when your squat's off, sometimes it affects you. You know, if your squat's off, your bench and deadlift could be off. And it just looks like he's not in a position where he's going to put up PRs today.
Okay, this is Payal Ghosh. She's going to be our first lifter in the second round. She was successful with 50 kilos or 110 pounds, and then she's only going up 2 kilos. She's just going to 115. Now, like we talked about before, Payal is a really big deadlifter. In fact, her nickname is Dr. Deadlift.
We love that. The PhD out of exercise physiology degree, PhD.
And she actually has the largest deadlift opener of all the lifters in this 47 or 103 pound
352,
class.
That's a big deadlift opener.
Yeah, that's pretty large.
Well, it's a situation where her and Heather Connor are going to at least have a shot for the American record in a deadlift.
And she's in a battle with Tiffany Leung for the bronze medal here. And actually, if they can continue to make attempts and Lisa Rothman can fall off a little bit, then they might be able to go track her down for silver.
Yeah, Payal's definitely going to have a shot in the deadlift because of the big pull. That deadlift's the great equalizer, Kurt. I always wished I had one.
Yeah, I was never able to find one. I tried to purchase one time, but I simply couldn't do it.
Yeah, I wish I could have found that yard sale. That would have been nice. Probably at Brad Gillingham's house. That would be a good place to find it.
We might hit Brad up and see if he's willing to sell us a few kilos on his deadlift.
He pulled 800 over 100 times. He could give us at least a couple of them.
Right, he could at least give me enough to get to 500.
Tiffany Leung will be your lifter out of California, Kurt. Tiffany is a comeback attempt. This was the one that we were surprised how, to be quite honest, how rough she looked. It didn't look like there was much hope for her because she really got crushed on the opener.
I'm with you right there, Dr. Patrick. That opener was not so hot. She's going to have to do significantly better if she's going to want to stay in this competition.
Well, what it'll be interesting, you talked about earlier, is some of the women you'll see hit an easy opening bench in the light category in particular, and they simply can't take any kind of a jump or a small jump overwhelms them. What it comes down to, we talked about, if you have a wide grip, if you're in a position where you don't have a lot of drive off the chest, sometimes you could miss a lift. And it could be a situation where if she can just get a little tighter, a little better arch, maybe she's going to make this. But really, this is a critical one because if she's unsuccessful here at this point, all she can do is try and be able to survive in the competition. So let's see. You can see from the overhead view the patented Trey Cunningham overhead bench view.
Oh, come on, finish.
And you know what, Kurt? It's what we said. She was able to get it moving, and she had the lockout. But, Kurt, there's just not much more there.
Or any at that. I'd be amazed if she was able to go up to 132 and make it. That was about as difficult a bench press as you're going to see in that lightweight class. It looks to me like she just opened a tad too high, and or maybe I'm sure she thought the opener was going to be something she could do with some room to spare, but it simply wasn't that case that day. But we are happy that she was able to get one in and not bomb out.
Well, and in a national level competition like this, many of the lifters are pushing it in terms of body weight. Now in her class, it looks like she was well under the class limit, so she wasn't cutting weight. But some of these times you'll see a lifter who cuts weight and they just don't have what they thought they would coming into the meet.
Now this is Alyssa Mirasol.
Out of New York, Kurt, 21 years old.
So she's attempting 132 pounds. She was successful with 121 in her opener, so this is a 5 key or 11-pound increase.
First meet was in April of this year, and here she is in the Nationals, Kurt, on the primetime stage.
Definitely shows a lot of promise, and that was not a hard bench either. I would expect an increase of 2.5 kilos, maybe even 5. She's in good shape right now. All right, now, this is the lifter that we keep crowing about. This is Heather Connor. That opener that she did with 137 was not hard, and she's only going up 2.5 kilos to 143. You can tell what she's trying to do because we're looking at an American record total of 771, and her prognosis total, if she continues to do things the way that she's going right now, she's going to break that by quite a bit. My guess is that she's looking to just, eke out as many pounds as she can with small jumps in the bench press, because right now she's probably attempting, if I had to guess, a total somewhere around 800.
That's what I talked to her about earlier today. Was a nice goal would be to have an 800 total.
What'd she tell you there? Was she in agreement?
Yeah, she was actually in a position where she said if she goes 9 for 9, she thinks 800's there.
Well,
now what'll be interesting is she just smoked that lift, but the American record coming in was 150. But we saw earlier that it was broken in the afternoon session with 154. So Heather's going to have to go 155. I actually think that's going to be there, Kurt. So it'll be interesting to see if they go for it.
It's possible that a lot of times when you get a lifter that's tracking for a large total like that, though, they'll forego the chance to try on a big individual lifts just so that they can continue to track for that big total.
The only reason I think she might go for it also is that's the only lift she doesn't hold the American record in.
Well,
she is going for it, Kurt, by
she
half
absolutely,
kilo.
yeah, she's looking to chip that record, but so she's going to 70.5 kilos, which you're able to use that chip.
Lisa Rothman, 3 white lights.
That's a good lift for Lisa. So she made a small 2-key increase. So she went to to 143 and was able to make that one. Now we're headed into the men's divisions here. This is Eric Kupperstein.
Let me tell you a little bit about Eric, Kurt. He had shoulder surgery 2 years ago, and he said it has absolutely decimated his bench. So he's planning on having the highest squat and potentially the highest deadlift in this class, but what's hurting him is the bench. Now, he didn't have the highest squat today. He had the second highest squat. He will have the highest deadlift, but it's all going to come down to can he keep pounds in the bench.
That shoulder injury makes it makes some sense of the small jump that he's making. That opening bench at 82.5 or 181 was really easy, and he's only going up 5 keys because when you're hurt, you really never know how much you're going to have left.
And that's exactly the way he described it to me, Kurt. He said he literally can be lifting, and all of a sudden it just gives out.
Well, that was pretty close right there. I mean, that was only an 11-pound increase from his opener, and that lockout was pretty hard. I'd be pretty surprised to see him make a third attempt, especially lifting this late at night after waiting around all day.
And look at what he's giving. He's giving away to Tenerelli and to Sadang nearly 100 pounds. If Sadang hits his attempt, he will have given away 110 pounds in the bench. I mean, that's just difficult for the greatest of deadlifters to overcome.
Yeah, and he is an amazing deadlifter. Just stick around, here about another hour, and you'll start to see some of that. Now, this is Sawyer Yandell. He is in the open and junior divisions. He's going to be attempting 264 and 248. Not tough for him. He's trying to stay in the hunt for that junior national championship and a spot on the national team. Another good look at bench for Sawyer. He's doing well.
3 white lights. Yeah, that was a very strong bench. Now let's see here. Looking at his lifts, he's actually hit last year at this competition 248, and he missed 259, so that was 264. So his bench has actually already tied his PR.
Having talked to Sawyer and watching some of the videos and seeing some of the training that he's put online, I can tell you that this kid is a real perfectionist with his training. He is very, very careful about his technique. I know he puts a lot of thought into the program that he uses, and he definitely is training to try and be the best in the world when it comes to these raw juniors.
I'm starting to think I might have a mistake, because I had Shorty Sadang win in this class, and looking at this, Tenerelli and Kupperstein are going to be in this. If Tenerelli can hit this lift, he's going to be in the forecasted lead, Kurt. No lift, but you know what this is setting up for? Eric Kupperstein is going to have a deadlift in his hands, and it might not even be 600 to win this competition.
Yeah, it's
because Shorty hurt himself, because even if he makes this attempt, he's just not going to get to jump as much because he obviously repeated his open.
Yeah, I can tell you at this point, Eric Kupperstein is the one who's sitting in the back licking his chops.
Well, look at the forecast total. He's literally only, 40 pounds behind on the forecast total, and his opening deadlift's 518. I'm telling you, he is good on any day of the week for about 560 and maybe as much as 600.
Well, yeah, And at the same, on the other side of the coin, I mean, if these other lifters can come in and make some benches, you know, they could also put themselves out of reach of him. So
but Sadang already had one hiccup on his opener.
That's
so
true. We're talking about Sadang as if he's already made a bench.
Yep,
and he's got to make one to stay in the competition right now because he missed 303 on his opener. Now, this is Sadang, as we were talking about just now. This is 303.
And
this
remember,
is his second attempt.
It did not look very good. I mean, it wasn't like it was a very close miss. So
let's hope he can come back with a better attempt here.
Remember, he had an injury in training, so let's see. I tell you what, from that overhead patented Trey Cunningham view, you can see every muscle in his body.
Not a whole lot of speed, but he was able to make that one. So at least he's in the competition. Seems to be plenty fired up about that, and that's a big, big attempt because on the prognosis total, he's going to be 5 kilos behind Tenerelli, and actually he is just a touch heavier. So if they were to tie, then he would lose that tiebreaker to Bill Tenerelli. Now, this is going to be James Vang. He's going to be going at 137.5 kilos. That's 303. He was successful at 280 on his opener. And
so this lift right here is closing the gap on his PR. 314 is his PR, Kurt.
Yeah, everything that this guy is doing in raw competition right now is going to be pretty new to him because he just hasn't done a whole lot of raw meets.
You can see he takes quite a bit of effort to get his arch and his feet placement. And so it's going to be critical for him to get a good lift-off. Eric Curry, lift-off extraordinaire, is the lift-off handoff man.
That looked pretty good. Now, you notice it was pretty slow off the chest, and once he moved it a few inches off the chest, he just jammed that lockout. That's evident of a lifter who competes and trains a lot in equipment, whereas a raw lifter needs to have that extra off of their chest, and whereas the geared lifter is getting the extra poundage off the chest because of the shirt, and then they work their lockout a little bit more.
Yeah,
so it's a completely different style that James is having to adapt to here on the fly.
Well, and it's really impressive for me as someone who's only competed in gear to be able to see like the Blake Lehew and some lifters like Blaine Sumner and stuff who can cross back and forth. It's really amazing accomplishment.
Now this is Willie Lim. His opener at 280 was really easy. This is 303.
I think he had the easiest opener. Why was that pause so long? That was interesting there.
Yeah, I'm not
wonder
sure
if
what's going on.
If the bar was moving, because that was a very long press. But I tell you what, the judges, to me it was 3 white lights, but I haven't seen the lights.
Okay, they announced that lift was good for Willie Lim. Now, this is Lenard Jones. We're hearing from our announcer that this is a junior American record. He was successful with 314 on his opener. This is 325, so making a small increase. He didn't have a whole lot left on that, and like we keep talking about, he is in a tight battle with Sawyer Yandell for the overall title in the junior division, which would mean a spot on the national team. Yeah, I mean he's going to be ahead of him for a little bit, and he also weighed significantly less. I mean, he's a whole kilo less than what Sawyer was, so he's got the body weight down too.
Now he got a much quicker signal, so it must be that he was able to get it to stop.
Yeah, Willie must have been bouncing that bar on his chest. That would be my assumption there.
We're not able to see the lights on our screen, so
it's a good lift, and that's an American record. Nice job. Congratulations to Lenard Jones. Now, our lifter next is Keith McHoney. This is 150 kilos. This is 330 pounds. He was easily successful with 303. He's got a personal best significantly higher than this, so I don't think we're going to have a real problem here as long as everything's feeling okay for him.
Yeah, 347 is his PR and American record, and so I suspect this is well within his range. Really, as we talked about earlier, at this point with Keith, he just needs to hit an opening pull. Our lights are not popping up on our screen, so if there's a slight delay when a lifter completes the lift, it's because we actually have to wait until Gino announces it. The amazing technology of Trey Cunningham has Kurt and I literally probably 40 feet away from the platform, behind a curtain, behind a stage, and we are watching everything on monitors. So we are actually having a great view, but we cannot see the lights immediately. Check that overhead view out, Kurt. Patented Cunningham bench view. The elbows went out a little too soon. He fought it and muscled up, but clearly, Kurt, he is not on his best today because I don't believe he would have the American record of 347 in him.
Yeah,
I don't think he has
it
another.
looks like his bench is just a tad off today. Now, I mean, maybe if he can make a bit of a technique adjustment there, he might be able to just get it back.
I'm wondering if he won't pass his third bench. He passed his third squat. He's in control. You know, why go out there for the third?
Right. Now, this is Jonathan Garcia, successful with 319 on his opener. This is 330, small jump.
Yeah, we talked about he was planning or hoping for as much as 350 or 357. It doesn't look like he's got that in him. I think this could push him to the limit, 330. We want to give a shout out. He specifically mentioned his daughter Jocelyn will be watching at home. So Jocelyn, jump up and down, clap your hands, make some noise for your dad trying to put the biggest bench on the board so far, the prime time, 331.
We hope that she's not up too far past her bedtime here for the primetime broadcast.
To be honest, I did not ask him how old his daughter is, so we don't know what the bedtime is. But in this situation, I think she's going to be granted a little bit of reprieve. I mean, this is the Nationals, and Daddy's on primetime. You don't get that very often. You got to enjoy that.
That's true. Not too many little girls have a father that can squat 490 with no gear.
And this is his first Nationals, too. So this is a position where this is quite an accomplishment for this young man. 28 years of age out of Florida. Let's see what the judges say. The lift had plenty of strength.
That's a good-looking lift. All right, so that rounds out the second round of bench press.
Pretty impressive, Kurt. We had all makes but one in the second attempt.
Now, for those of you who haven't seen a powerlifting broadcast before at all or are more accustomed to equip lifting, the second attempt bench press in raw powerlifting meets is often the most that a lot of these lifters are going to make. You know, you'll see a lot of lifters that will make a second attempt and make it look pretty easy, and then they just simply run out of gas. That's why you'll see a lot of these lifters, especially some of the lighter weight lifters, will be making some really small jumps from their second or their third because they're just not sure how much they're going to have left because they don't have a bench shirt to help push it off their chest.
This would be a PR tying lift for Payal. She wanted us to give a shout out to her parents in Minnesota who are watching. She said sometimes they get nervous, so they might not actually watch, so we'll give a shout out if they watch it at a later date. American Barbell is her sponsor, and this is her first national championship, looking to go 3 for 3 in the bench, Kurt.
If she can make this with a Rothman miss, this would put her in striking distance for that silver. Well,
as you
I'll
said,
just be
Kurt,
quiet.
Well, you were quite predicting in what can happen in the bench that she went up 5 pounds and it was just too much. We've got Tiffany Leung, a personal trainer out of California. She said she's got family from the Bay Area tuning in, her cousins and some of her family. So big shout out to them. Make some noise, jump up and down.
Yeah, Tiffany was able to save herself from a bomb out by grinding through her second attempt with 57.5 kilos.
And remember, you had said, there's no way she's going to be able to hit more. But it's interesting because her opener was not good at all. I mean, she got crushed, and she came back and hit it. So I'm wondering, what if she gets a little better groove? Maybe she can make this. I agree with you.
I think it's going to take some kind of a technique adjustment for her to be able to do that. I'm not too sure that this is going to happen for her, but I hope she proves me wrong.
Well, it's all going to come down to, can she get so tight that she can get the bar started? Because clearly she can lock it out, but I agree. This would be an impressive finish if she can get it. Nope. It's really a situation, like you said, once you can't get it moving, it's just too difficult.
Right. They just don't have anything left. All right, so moving on, we've got Alyssa Mirasol. She's going to be your next lifter, and she's been making some small jumps. She's gone from 60 kilos to 62.5 kilos. This is 137 pounds. Now, she's 2 for 2 in the bench, having a pretty good day.
Junior lifter out of New York. She would actually be in first place in
the junior division. Yep. Yeah. So if she's able to finish out and win this junior division, is she young enough to be able to make the...
Absolutely. She's only 21, so she's even got a couple shots.
Right, so if she can make this, yeah, she's got a chance to go to Minsk. That's in Belarus, for those of you who don't know.
Yeah, former Russian Republic.
Soviet.
Yes, you're right.
It's a good-looking bench there.
Because it was a little tough off the chest, but the lockout was easy, Kurt. Lift is good.
That's a good-looking lift. Nice job. 3 for 3 in the bench there for Alyssa. Now, the bar is going to 67.5 kilos. It's 148.8 pounds for Lisa Rothman. She's been successful at 62.5 and 65 on her first 2 attempts, so she's made the minimum increase on both attempts. Now, the reason she's doing this is she's trying everything she can to stay in front of Payal Ghosh and Tiffany Leung, who are within striking distance of her if her deadlift is not going well. She's trying to get every possible pound that she can,
Well,
and
let me
this
tell you
is
something
a crucial
interesting.
attempt for her.
Something interesting about this lift, Kurt. At last year's Nationals, she missed this 148. At last year's Worlds, earlier this year, 2016, she missed the same way. So really, this is her 3rd meet in a row trying this. Let's see if she can somehow turn the tables on 148.
Oh, that bar stalled in the middle. Just a little
For a
bit too
moment,
much.
I thought she had it.
Yeah, maybe just a pound or 2 less, but she did make the minimum increase. So
Three meets in a row, that 148 has stymied her.
you know, some coaches and some will take a look at that and say that it was really a bad thing that she was able to miss. Myself, it was only a 2 kilo increase. You know, she hit the biggest bench that she could possibly hit, so it's really not that terrible that she did miss it.
Heather Connor here is actually looking to take the only American record she doesn't currently hold. She set the squat record earlier today. She holds the deadlift in total. This is 155, Kurt, to break the record set earlier today by Emma Ife.
So 155.4 for a lifter who weighs, gosh, under 102 pounds. I mean, this is really incredible. Quite a strong bench press for this lady. She's got a really strong base.
And a good groove, and I think there's going to be room there to spare.
Good looking bench with a bit of a scream at lockout. She's plenty excited. She's having a heck of a good day. 6 for 6 with a big squat and an American record. She's got an American record in the bench.
3 American records, 2 in the squat, 1 in the bench.
So her forecasted total
is above the American record.
Yeah, it's above the American record. If she can increase that by another 7 kilos or about 17 pounds after her opening deadlift, she can total 804 and break past that 800 pound threshold, which is a great big raw total for somebody who weighs just over 100 pounds. Now, moving into the men's divisions, this is Eric Kupperstein. He's going from 87.5 kilos to 90 kilos. This is 198 pounds. Again, this is the minimum increase. As Dr. Patrick was saying before, he's had some shoulder issues.
Shoulder surgery 2 years ago, and he said he's never been the same since. He said basically he doesn't know what's going to be there in the bench, usually right around 198. He just tries to scratch out as much pounds as he can get.
Yeah, it's pretty common for someone who's had shoulder issues. Is he able to lock that? Well, that was really difficult at the top. That absolutely looked like somebody who's had shoulder problems. And that lift is good. Nice job, Eric. So he's done everything that he could possibly get. I don't know that he had another 2 kilos on that bench. It didn't look like that was very fast.
But it puts him in a position where he's going to have the deadlift in his hands for the win.
All right. Now, Sawyer Yandell is going to be your next lifter. He was successful at 248 and 264 on his first 2 attempts, and he's going to 275. Now, he's already beaten his personal best in the bench press. He's broken the junior American record and an unofficial junior world record in the squat. He's having a heck of a good day. He's trying really hard right now to beat Lenard Jones for the junior national team spot, and it's going to take every pound to possibly do it. I like this increase of only 5 kilos. I think it's plenty safe. I would like to think that he can make this.
Yeah, I think he's got this in him.
He had a little bit left.
Had 2.5.
Yeah, I would agree with you. I think he had another 2 kilos if he needed it, but that was a safe attempt. That was something where he really needed it, and especially since he's got a deadlift that's very similar to that of Lenard Jones, he had to have every possible pound. There was no sense in risking a miss right there because, had he missed that, it was going to cost him 5 kilos, and, risking the extra 2.5, I think, would have been just a little bit too much. So good job by Sawyer and his coaches in that one.
This lift, to me, is the only chance that Tenerelli has to lock up the gold, because I think if he doesn't make this lift, Kupperstein certainly will pass him, and I think Sadang will pass him. This is really his only shot.
Yeah. Little downward movement there a couple times. Got a little shaky there in the middle. There's all kinds of possible hitches.
Old school, that was no lift, but unfortunately nowadays sometimes those lifts are borderline. I would have redded it, but
there's 2 or 3 different spots in that bench where he could have missed that one. I don't disagree with that one. I mean, I'm not out there with the referees, but just looking at it on video, it looked a little nasty.
What it does is it only gives him, Kurt, a 40-pound lead over Kupperstein after openers, and it puts him behind Sadang if Sadang can make this. And Kupperstein's going to take a big jump, so.
Yeah. Okay, Shorty Sadang is going to be your lifter at 308 pounds. He was successful with 303, so he's taking the minimum increase here. And as we've been talking about, he is in a dogfight with Tenerelli. Now, if he makes this and they both make their opening deadlifts, then he will be in first place by the minimum of 2 kilos because he actually is heavier than Tenerelli.
But Kupperstein, to me, is right there, right there. He's only 20 kilos back if Sadang makes this, and Kupperstein's got that huge pull.
Wow.
I'm telling you,
that bar moved another ½ inch, and he would have been able to lock it out.
I'm telling you, Kupperstein will have the lift in his hands for the win come deadlift time. And it won't be 600. It's going to be less than 600. He's going to have a shot here. He told me he would pull 606 if he needs it. Watch out for him, Kurt. I still predict Sadang's going to win it, but watch out for Kupperstein. You do not want to leave the bar.
Seems like we're waffling back and forth between lifters here. We need to pick a horse here, there, Dr. Patrick.
I'm saying Sadang's going to win it, but you don't want to put the bar in a deadlifter's hand. Trust me, there's no worse feeling than a guy who can pull.
Well, I choose to wait till deadlift openers are over, and then I'll go ahead and pick my winner if that's all right with you.
Well, yeah, you could just wait until after the third attempts are over and pick it too, unless you want to actually step out there. But I know not everybody has the
I'll give you really good. I'll give you really good odds after second attempts. All right, James Vang is your lifter.
3-time collegiate national champion in the equipped division.
Successful with 303 on his second. This is 319. So his second looked pretty good. I think he could probably make this, but it's not going to be super easy for him.
This, to me, is just a little outside his limits. I think he's going to have a shot, but I think this is going to be a little too much.
Oh, if he didn't lift his butt off the bench, a little bit of a rise in the hips there.
Yeah, I thought maybe the butt came up too, but from our angle, there's no way to tell. But he definitely locked it out strong. That was a PR.
Yeah, that helps him quite a bit because he's going to be trying to reel in some of these guys there in that open division. Okay, Willie Lim. Now, Willie had an interesting bench on his second attempt with 303. It appeared that the chief referee held him quite a bit before giving him the press command. I think if Willie can keep that bar steady on his chest a little bit better, then he'll get a bit quicker press command. And you could tell that.
Nice deep squat by one of the assistant coaches on the side. That was
showing good ankle mobility.
Yeah, maybe we can use that for the video for demonstrating.
Looks like Willie fixed everything on that one. He had that bar nice and steady, got a good quick press command.
Now, clearly in the gym that Willie trains, I'm told you train there as well, so clearly it doesn't mean everybody in that gym has a great bench press. Obviously you train there because Willie's putting on quite a show, so maybe you might want to work in with him on his next bench workout, see if it'll help that bench eaters. I'm just suggesting.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Just an offer. All right, now this is what I call the human anatomy chart. I've been told, I don't know if this is true, Kurt, that there are doctors all over the countries, medical schools, that instead of having those skeletons and cadavers that they study off, they just have Keith come and take his shirt off, and you can see muscles on top of muscles on top of muscles. When you see him deadlift today, you're going to see every single muscle on this young man. He is just stacked for a 145.
Yeah, that's not true. What you heard is not the case.
I'm saying that's a rumor I've heard. I'm just saying.
All right. Keith is only making the minimum increase from 150 to 152. This is 336. Oh, come on, Keith.
It was interesting because you could see the elbows flare out.
And that lift is good. As of a few years ago, that uneven lockout is now legal.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of that, but nobody asked me on setting the rules. I think we need to have limited uneven lockout. Lenard Jones is your lifter. This is a big bench, Kurt, 341.
crucial for him in that battle with Sawyer Yandell for that junior spot too.
Yeah, because this will put him in the lead for the juniors, and it'll put him in second in the open.
Yeah, he definitely needs to make this one.
And this is a healthy jump, 15 pounds from second to third. This will also put him in a position where some of these guys behind him he's actually gaining on. He's got quite the colorful lifting attire. This is a young man out of North Carolina, just 20 years of age, Kurt. He has got several junior worlds ahead of him.
Oh,
that's no
gosh almighty, 2 kilos less than that. I think he probably would have been able to get it through that sticking point. I hope that doesn't come back to bite him in the end. You know, I can tell you that one person that was really happy about seeing him miss that, and that was Sawyer Yandell.
Yeah, that really did open the door for Sawyer. And remember, we talked about how Sawyer took conservative bench attempts, and that could have made the difference there.
Okay, this is our last bench press of the A flight. This is Jonathan Garcia, and he's been successful with 319 and 330 on his first 2 attempts. This is 341. He's going to be taking on his third, and then we'll be starting our Flight B benches. Garcia isn't having his best day, but he's actually doing himself some favors by making these small jumps and making these benches, because you never know what's going to happen in the deadlift. He might just be able to reel some of these guys in.
Oh.
Takes a handoff out there from Eric Curry.
Handoff extraordinaire.
That was just a little too heavy for him. Looked like he brought that bar down. It was kind of out of control, so he didn't have much of a chance to make that one. Okay, we are starting our Flight B bench press. It looks like Donnie Bigham is going to be the first lifter. This is 303 pounds, 137.5 kilograms for this lifter in the 183-pound class. Donnie is in the men's Masters 1. That's the 40 to 49-year-old age group. And then he's also in the Opens. Now, he's well back of the medals in the Opens at this point. However, in that Masters 1 division, his total is tracking to be in first place. So unless somebody else, and we don't have any Masters that are in this division with him, and so it looks like if he can make this and then make an opening deadlift, that he ought to be your national champion in the Masters 1, and that would give him the national team spot that's going to go to Belarus next year. Well, we keep speaking about that. The IPF Classic Worlds or Raw Worlds is the biggest of all the IPF competitions.
Well, and this
in terms of number of lifters.
This would be his 4th Masters national title if successful. 4th in a row. That lift, we don't have lights, but that lift looked good to me. Let's see.
Yeah, it looked pretty good to me as well. I'd be very shocked if that wasn't a good lift. And I'm showing on my score sheet that was a good lift. So now we have Dorian Parris here. He is in the open division at the 74 or 163-pound class. This is 319 on his opener. Was able to squat 240 kilos or 529 pounds. Dorian is one of those lifters that he was strong enough to make it into the primetime session here, but he's actually behind some of the lifters that we saw that were competing earlier in the competition. So that tells me that some of these openers are pretty light, that he's probably going to be able to make some pretty big increases. It wouldn't surprise me if this was pretty easy.
Well, that's interesting. It came off the chest good, but then there was a clear slow in the midpoint.
Okay, John Downing is going to be our lifter, 155 kilos, 341 pounds. Was able to squat 275 keys, or 606.
Yeah, he was quite impressive in the squat, Kurt. Very impressive.
Yeah, Jon is one of those right now. His total is tracking. If everything plays out on his openers and he's only able to make those, he's going to finish in 10th place in the open division. So more than likely you're going to see an okay or pretty good size increase out of him to get him moved up quite a bit. And he's in that 83 kilo class, and I know that there were a whole bunch of those lifters. If I'm not mistaken, there were more than 50 of them in that open 83 kilo class. More than likely, we had some lifters that put together some big totals earlier in the day, and that's why you're seeing a lifter like Jon who's going to be behind those guys up until he starts getting into the deadlift.
Well, and what we're going to do when we do our scoreboard update between the bench and the deadlift, I have the earlier lifts, and I'm actually looking at those now to see what lifters might potentially, from the earlier sessions, have a shot at finishing in the medals. I'll have some information for you come deadlift time.
Okay, our announcer has given us the information that John Downing was successful with 155 kilos or 341 pounds on his opener.
Very easy, too.
This is David Alberts. He's taken the same attempt. 155 or 341. He is in the men's open division at 183. Weighted at 81.36. So he's down under 180. He's probably right around 179 at his body weight.
Looks like a solid opener.
No big deal. Like to think that he's probably got at least 165, maybe 170 in him.
Yeah, I would agree. That was definitely a good controlled opener. There was power off the chest, but a strong lockout as well.
Okay, this is Charlie Dickson. And Charlie
he gave us a scare in the squat. He took 3 squats to get one in.
Yeah, that's right. This is the one lifter that was a bit of a bomb threat here in the squat. He missed 257 or 567 pounds and went ahead and took it all the way up to 589, and it took him 2 attempts to make that. So he nearly bombed out, and he still had a little bit left in that. He is in the junior and open division. And this is 162.5 kilos or 358. Strong young man.
Yeah, it looks like he got on the board that time.
There's a good looking bench, 3 white lights, well done. Okay, now moving on. This is Stephen Lehew. He goes by Blake. Blake Lehew's from Texas A&M University in College Station, Texas. He is a veteran of the equipped junior national team as well as the raw junior national team. In fact, he is the defending world junior champion at both disciplines.
Let me give you some shout outs because I got some good info on this young man. When he was 13 years of age, weighing 140 pounds, he benched 225 without a shirt. 13 years of age. His high school powerlifting coach is actually a good friend of mine, and I saw this young man compete when he was in high school. He's from a school that's just south of the Dallas-Fort Worth area. I've seen him lift for quite a few years, and he's definitely been a good one, particularly in the bench press. And I'm told he's got quite a bit of support out there. His girlfriend Shelby told me specifically to shout out his mom, Teresa Lehew, Shelby's mom, Stacy Gray, and Shelby's grandmother, who I'm told tears up when she sees Blake winning all these meets. That's Bonnie Kesey. So we want to give a big shout out to Bonnie watching. Now that was interesting there. It looked like we hope that Blake didn't hurt himself and he just fell out of the groove on that. Yeah, it almost looked like the liftoff got him out of the groove. Yeah, it looked like he wasn't too pleased with the handoff there. Be interesting to see if they take that to the jury. I'm sure that we'll see just what goes on there. But nonetheless, Blake was not successful with 165 or 363 on his opener. None going to be more happy than that than some of his competitors. Yeah, it would be interesting to see. The liftoff didn't appear bad to me. It appeared like the problem was on the descent, but. Okay, this is Sean Noriega at 170 kilos, 374 pounds.
Sean's in the junior and open division. Bring it down really fast to his chest.
Very explosive.
Okay, that lift is good. 2-1. All right, this is the lifter that's coming up that's none more happy than Taylor Atwood about Blake Lehew missing that. Taylor is in our open division only, and he and Blake are in a bit of a dogfight for the open national championship.
Yeah, I think right now is when you start to see Taylor Atwood pull away. Now, Blake has that giant deadlift, so he's not going to be out of it. But Taylor is just putting on a display of consistent technique and strength, Kurt. He just makes the lifts one after another, and it's the consistency that just piles up the big total.
And like we were talking about, that third squat was not very difficult. So he's not taxing his back.
And he specifically told me 418 was his target in the bench, and that is the American record. And he said he's not even concerned about the American record. He just wants 418. So 380 should be a solid, strong opener.
Well, this is 380.
Yeah,
so I mean, if he's looking at going 418, this shouldn't be too hard. We'll see. Not a problem there. I know he's got at least another 10 kilos. I mean, 402, 407 probably would be a pretty good second attempt. Of course, there's no telling what's going to happen there.
I would think he's coached by Matt Gary, very experienced coach. He's big on making attempts. I would suspect 402 would actually be a good second attempt. Matt Gary, a world team coach, as well as married to superstar Susie Hartwood Gary, who will be lifting in the primetime session tomorrow evening. For those of you wanting to tune in, we're going to be here tomorrow evening, Saturday evening, as well as Sunday in the afternoon for the Ray Williams, Dennis Cornelius show. Going to be some exciting, Bonica Law squatting in that group. There's going to be some exciting lifts on Sunday.
We need to come up with a better name for that show. That's not a very exciting name. The Ray Williams, Dennis Cornelius show.
Well, that's pretty impressive for those two. 2157 for Dennis, 2299 for Ray. That's all you need to say. Wow, that was a strong...
My gosh, Dexter really needs to get a little more stability bringing that bar down to his chest, but if he can be a little more stable, he's really going to kill that.
It's rare when you see a lifter have more trouble bringing the bar down raw than he did pushing it up. Like sometimes you'll see that in gear, the lifter that struggles to touch and then it smokes. That lift actually looked like he had more trouble bringing it down than he did pushing it back up.
This is the lifter that I was kind of wanting to see bench press. This is Jon Gruden, and lifter that is really built, has really big arms. I'm kind of excited to see what this guy can bench press, because you had told me that he was looking to bench something really big, and he's opening at a really big opener of 385.
402 is his current PR. He actually said he was looking at 410, so that would be somewhere in the 413 range when you do kilos. So it'll be interesting because he put on quite a show in the squat. Remember, we talked about his PR coming in was 523, but he ended up at 584. So this might be one of those guys that really has a lot more left in him. If you look from the overhead patented Cunningham view, you can just see those muscles bulging all over the place. Look at those.
That's a good lift. Not a problem at all for Jon Gruden. Now, one thing that needs to be mentioned with him is he is currently tracking to be in second place in the Open and the Juniors. Now, with the Juniors, he's going to be in second place to John Haack. Now, John is too old to be in the Juniors when it comes to the IPF age group, and so he's not going to be able to
explain that, because John can win the Junior Nationals here, but then what happens?
Now, if John can win the Junior division here at Nationals, the thing that's different with the way that USA Powerlifting does things and the way the IPF does things is the World Championship is not based on your age at the current moment that you're there. It's based on the year that you're born.
Yes.
Now this is Brandon Maddox.
Very easy, 396.
Wow. And that was 396. Maddox,
He's
don't
the
get
American
him
record holder in the bench.
Don't get him confused with some of these other lifters in this class that are going right now, because Maddox is in the 74s. He's at under 163. He's not with these 183s. So blows to Lehew and Atwood. Right now he's only 10 kilos or 22 pounds behind Lehew in the forecasted total. So if he's got a lot left on this bench, then he might be able to get himself pretty darn close to where he might be able to pull out a win there. This bench is bringing a lot more drama to the table than what we thought it was going to.
Well, and there's just some phenomenal benches across both of these classes in this flight. If you remember in the pregame show, Kurt, you asked me, what can we see in the 83 kilos? And I said, Jon Haack, Jon Haack, Jon Haack, and that's really what it's been. And basically, if he hits his opening deadlift, he's your national champ.
Yeah, that 185 or 407 was not a problem at all. I would anticipate that you're probably going to see him go 10 kilos to 429.
Well, it's interesting because the American record is 441 is his, so obviously it looks like he's got that. But the world record's 458 by Brent Gibbs, a great lifter out of New Zealand. I talked to John earlier today, and he thought 457 would be his outer limits. So he wouldn't actually get credit if he went past the IPF world record, but he could be very close to that range in terms of his strength today.
Okay, now going back to the beginning of the second attempt bench presses, this is Dorian Parris. He was unsuccessful with this. This is 319 on his opener. He's going to repeat it, try and get on the board.
Yeah, those comeback attempts.
That looked pretty good to me.
Yeah, it looked good.
That's a good lift for Dorian. Nice job. He's able to get one on the board, so he's not going to be a threat to bomb out here. And then the bar is going to go to 150 kilos. That's 330 pounds for Donnie Bigham. He was successful with 303 on his opening attempt, and now he's going all the way to 330. As we were talking about earlier with Donnie, he's not only in the open division, but he's in that Masters 1 division, 40 to 49 years old. So it looks like he's already made a bench. If he can make a deadlift, that he'll finish in first place in the Masters and earn a spot on that national team.
Fourth time in a row that he would be the Masters.
He's a heck of a good lifter.
As we talked about earlier, Gino announced he is an Army Major. So this is a guy who's actually serving and representing all of us and potentially could be representing us at the Worlds.
$330 pounds for Donnie. That's a good lift for Donnie. Nice job with 330. Bar's got to go to 358 pounds for David Alberts. He's been successful with 341 on his opening attempt, as well as a nice 600-pound squat. Alberts is in our 183-pound class, and he's currently tracking for 6th place in the open division. Now, he's about 12 kilos out after openers for 5th. So if he wants to get up into the 5th place, which most of these larger competitions are going to give medals for the top 5. So if he's looking for a medal, he's really going to need to make this and then probably a little bit more to be able to get there.
Yeah, and if you remember, we've talked about all along that the battle in this class is really tight to the point where you could actually go from 2nd place, Kurt, all the way down to 10th place on forecast, and you're only separating yourself by about 80 pounds. From 2nd place all the way down to 5th place is literally just 17 kilos. I mean, there's 3, 4, 5, 6 guys who are going to have a shot at finishing on the top 5.
It's impressive.
Yeah, that's what shows how great Jon Haack is, because he's blowing the doors off everybody.
Okay, this is 162 or 358.
That's a pretty solid bench. That's going to be good.
A nice big arch for him. He's putting that bar probably on his second ab, as opposed to some of the other lifters that are actually hitting their chest.
Now the
That's a
drama
really big
right
arch
now
he's got.
is Blake Lehew.
What a great camera shot of him.
The Blake Lehew,
putting everything he's got into that wrist wrap.
Well, and he's the junior world champion in the Raw, junior world champion in the Equipped, and he really looked out of sorts on his opener, Kurt. I mean, it just basically went down, and there wasn't even any tightness there. So you see that Texas A&M guru Scott Dobbins stepped over there to kind of give some pointers. So I suspect Blake's going to rectify whatever technique problems he had. But you do not want to go down to your 3rd attempt. So We know that he's got his mom.
Blake is
watching.
an unbelievably strong bench presser. In a bench press shirt at Junior Worlds this year, he was able to lock out 496. I mean, this being 363, we know that he gets a lot out of a bench shirt, but I would think that he could definitely have this without a problem if he can get everything the way he wants it.
Yeah, let's see how that setup is with the handoff, because there was definitely something that was out of sorts on that open.
Yeah. Yep. Quite evident by how fast that second one came up that his opener, something was just definitely out of sorts. Like you said, I mean, it's, you know, now that the real burden is, or the test is on Blake and Scott Dobbins to pick the correct third attempt, because there's a lot left in the tank there, but you got to find out just how much there is without going over too much, because a miss could really hurt him in his quest for that Open World Championship,
Well, and Kurt,
Open National Championship.
Kurt, you're right on the money, because he had to give away an attempt because he had to repeat it.
Right.
So no matter what he's thinking, he can't jump all the way to a big third. He's jumping 15 pounds, it looks like.
Right. They're going 172.5.
That's conservative. He's
That's
got that
definitely conservative. I don't think there's any doubt that Blake is strong enough to do that, and you can tell what he's doing. He's thinking, I am the biggest deadlifter, and I'm going to give myself the best chance that I possibly have without stretching too much.
And that was
Wow, that's
very
another good attempt for John Downing.
This guy has put on a show, Kurt. He's 5 for 5, and not only has he made all his lifts, but he's made them with good technique and with room to spare. Remember, he was the guy that we said early on would squat 600, and he had 606, and now he's got 2 nice benches.
Okay, Charlie Dickson is going to be your lifter, 167.5 kilos. He's 369.3 pounds. Charlie was successful with 358 on his opener.
He's got a little momentum going, Kurt. If you remember, he missed his first 2 squats, hit his third, hit his opening bench, so this will be a good time to get a little winning streak going, get yourself 3 lifts in a row. Whenever you start the day with 2 missed squats, that's tough to overcome. We got Lemon City Barbell Club sponsoring us for those of you watching on the live broadcast. Let's see. That lift was very easy. The judges' lights haven't come on, but I give it a white.
And that lift is good. 3 white lights.
3 for 3 for Dickson since he missed his first 2 attempts.
He's doing well. I think those 2 squat misses were a bit of a fluke. I mean, they did the right thing by going up another 10 kilos. I mean, some would tell you that you should never go up after a miss, but I don't really agree with that. I mean, if you definitely feel like you've got the strength to do it, that you might as well go ahead and get there, because you're trying to maximize your total.
Yeah,
Sean Noriega is going to be your next, excuse me, Patrick. He's going to be your next lifter at 391. And successful with 374 on his opener. Sorry,
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Well, and this is a guy, we'll go back to the attempt strategy in a moment, but this is a guy that has a very, very impressive arch. Watch when he gets set up, gets his leg drive. I mean, look from overhead. Look how that chest is just at full extension. Now, the question is...
There's a lot of leg drive there. The question is whether or not that butt stays down, yeah.
Lift is good. Going back to what you talked about, I'm actually of the mindset that the opening attempt in a general sense, a new lifter or somebody who just starting out, you should repeat it when you miss. But I agree with you, it's never good to have the attitude that you cannot go up, because if you're dealing with an experienced lifter and you know what the infraction or the mistake was, you know, I've done it myself, and I'm very conservative where I've upped after a missed opener. But it's not something that's generally wise. You really just have to know the lifter. To me, the more experienced lifter, the more likely I would do it, because in this case, it can save your total. Because, you know, like what we saw with Sawyer Yandell, he's ending up losing, Blake Lehew's losing pounds on his total because he had to repeat his opener.
Okay, this is Dexter Jones. He's doing 180. This is 396. He was successful with 380.
Yeah, he smoked it.
Yeah, it was really easy. And another easy bench.
Did he really only jump 15 pounds? Because he smoked that. Yeah, that's only 7.5 kilo jump.
Well, what's his PR right now there, Dr. Patrick?
It's interesting. He didn't give us individual lifts, so we only have his total. His total PR coming in was 1532. Just looking at his projected total, he's already in
well above that already.
Yeah,
He's at 1566. Yeah.
So
he's well above that. So more than likely his training is going extremely well. You know,
1,600 should be there. I mean, because he's got more in the bench, and then the figure the deadlift.
Sure, he could rope that in without much of a problem. Okay, this is Taylor Atwood. This is the guy that's in a real battle with Blake Lehew for first place in the Opens.
And to me, Taylor Atwood is doing one of the things I really like in powerlifting. He's building a total. Brad Gillingham is famous for teaching this. What you do in powerlifting is you build a total. You simply just continue to make lifts and add to your total and put yourself in a position where you can come on top in the deadlift. Look at that. Donuts and Deadlifts is sponsoring this lift. That's a fascinating group. Donuts and Deadlifts. Somehow I have a feeling Taylor Atwood does not eat a lot of donuts. Just a guess.
Lift is good, 3 wide lights. So Taylor's been successful with 380 and 402 on his first 2 attempts. Bar is going to stay at 402 for Jon Gruden. He was successful with 385 in his opener. This is now 402.
And Atwood, I just saw the signal from his coach, Matt Gary, that he's going to jump 5 kilos, and I think that will be a very conservative lift. It'll put him just under the American record. 413 would be the attempt, and it would put him right under the American record.
Yeah, that's not surprising to me. That really he's found himself in a good position where he can try and take advantage of what's going on with Blake Lehew's misses, and especially if Blake misses his third and he can make that, then he could really find himself in the driver's seat.
This is Jon Gruden, and he has put on a show in the bench press.
That's a narrow grip for a lifter, too. He's really utilizing those big triceps of his. That was 402. He was successful with 385, so he's 2 for 2 in the bench, and he's still got something left. I wouldn't be surprised if he went as heavy as 418.
And this guy right here is the guy that is the American record holder in the bench, Brandon Maddox. And you pointed it out earlier. We were in a flight with a group of 182-pound lifters, and Maddox is all the way up where the only lifter ahead of him is John Haack. So Maddox is not only outbenching everyone in his class, he's outbenching everyone in the class above him.
Yeah, he's really, he's right now, if he makes this and John Haack were to miss his second and third, he'd have the biggest bench in the entire flight, and he'd be a weight class under.
Haack won't miss, but you're right. He's right there with Haack. Haack won't miss his second.
Yeah,
but the interesting thing here for Maddox is the American record is his lift, is 418. So this is the American record.
Apparently Brandon Maddox was having an issue with his wrist strap and just decided to forego that.
He's lifting with one wrist strap on.
With one wrist strap.
I actually think that's not a wise. He would have been better to take them both off.
Oh, my goodness.
And the side he didn't have the wrist strap on.
That's as close as you can get without being able to lock one out. Now, I wouldn't be shocked at all to see him come back and be able to make that on his third attempt. Probably needs to start getting prepared, wrapping his wrist just a little bit sooner.
Now, my prediction here is a very conservative, strong 3 white lights. I think this lift will have plenty of room to spare. Not a big secret. He's got a 441 bench to his credit. In fact, the American record of 441, and this is only 429.
Dr. Patrick, what was John Haack's PR total from Raw Worlds the other day?
The world record,
a few months ago.
1792.
Okay.
So with this lift, it's going to put him at a 1750, 52, 51 total. So
right. He's still definitely within striking distance of hitting that total if he can make some deadlifts.
He's capable of a 700 deadlift on a big day. Yeah, that's an easy bench.
Another good-looking bench.
I'll be curious
nice job, John Haack.
Curious to see. He squatted the American record. There's no question he's ahead of pace for the bench record. What does he go to? I'm going to go that he goes 202 and a half. 202
It'll be interesting to see if he takes it to 202 because he does. If he's got the American record at 200 kilos,
200.5.
Right? He's actually has the option of taking that chip.
Yeah. But he looks strong. 202 is only a 15-pound jump.
He's obviously figured out what to do with his hands.
Yeah, that is interesting. It was quite a controversy in his interview earlier with Ryan Carrillo that he wasn't sure what to do with his hands. 202 and a half.
Yeah, I guess he figured it out. Bench
American
press
record,
is probably the best thing to do.
That would have been
squat.
a good answer. Bench press. If only we would have watched Talladega Nights, we would actually have known that.
Is that what that's from?
Yeah, it's Ricky Bobby, I've been told.
I see.
Reference. Hey, Mike Lewinsky's company, Donuts and Deadlifts. because he's known for his world-class deadlift, and he's been known to eat a few donuts in his day. So.
Okay, Donnie Bigham is going to be the lifter. He's going to be 155, 341 pounds.
Looking to be a 4-time Masters National champ, the Army Major. I kid Mike because I care. Team Roar sponsoring this lift. Josh Roar, teamroar.com. Did Bigham do it again?
It's another good lift.
I think Bigham's 5 for 5. I don't know if he's missed it. No, he hasn't. He's 5 for 5.
Yeah, 6 for 6 now.
Oh yeah, that was his third 6 for 6.
Yeah, he's in good shape. He's doing really well. There's a lot of lifters that are going to come to these competitions because we have a multi-division competition here at Raw Nationals where it's not just the open competition like it might be, say, at Open Worlds. And you know, you could double enter 2 different divisions here at USA Powerlifting Nationals, so he's going to be able to compete in the opens, but he can also compete in the Masters. It's quite obvious that he's not looking to take more bite off more knee could chew. You know, he's looking to conservatively take the win in the Masters division and go to Worlds.
Yeah, and obviously with the way he's lifting, he looks like he would be a shot to win the Masters Worlds, which would be a great accomplishment.
That lift is no good for Dorian Parris. Now, he was successful with 319 on his second attempt, and he went all the way to 363. That's just bit off just a little bit more than he could chew there. I'm sure that was the number that he was hoping to hit.
That is a giant, an absolutely giant second to third. Now, he had to repeat his opener, so maybe that was a deal where he was trying to catch up and literally jump from his opener to his third, but yeah, that's a giant.
Yeah, that was definitely more than he had.
David Alberts is your lifter out of Florida. Alberts is he's projected right now with this lift and his deadlift opener to be in 6th place in a really deep class. Looking ahead of those totals, Kurt, look how close the battle is. 3rd, 4th, and 5th are separated by 5 pounds.
Yeah, you're going to see quite a few lead changes here, and then we're looking at 5th place for a medal at this competition. You're going to see an excellent lifter finish in 6th.
Well, 40 pounds from 3rd down to 7th, so that's a close battle.
Just too heavy.
All right, this is the lift maybe that could make or break what's going to happen come deadlift time. Because Blake Lehew, let's put it honest, he's going to have the deadlift in his hands. It all comes down to it's going to either have 15 more pounds or not. Because if he makes this lift, that's 15 less pounds he has to pull, Kurt. And this actuality could be the competition. Because we know he's going to have a big pull in him.
Right. I mean, he's opening 20 kilos or 44 pounds heavier than what Atwood is. I mean, it's very unlikely that Atwood is going to be the lifter who's deadlifting last.
Yes.
And so Blake will have the opportunity to put whatever he wants to on the bar. I mean, obviously any lifter does, but Blake is the stronger deadlifter, and
but this literally means 15 extra pounds
right
that he doesn't have to lift come deadlift
sure.
if he can.
That's really the way that he needs to look at it. Is just.
And both you and I think this was a conservative jump, based off of his form on the second attempt. Yeah, that was a conservative attempt, Kurt.
Yep. I can understand what they were trying to do there. And really, all that comes down, it's not that they picked the wrong third attempt. Really what happened is Blake needs to not miss that opener.
Yeah.
If he comes in and makes the opener like he's supposed to, more than likely they take that for his second, and then he's going to be able to make at least another 5 kilos on his third. And that's really what he gave away right there.
I was thinking he might have given away 5 to 7 kilos.
Yeah, I don't doubt it at all.
Now this guy has put on a show. He is currently 5 for 5, and he has actually had really room to spare. I mean, he's been across the board very consistent.
Yeah, John Downing's having a heck of a day.
He's been quite the surprise for me. He got 6 last year in this meet. He's currently forecasted 6. That was about the perfect third attempt.
Look nice.
You see Jeremy
Good-looking
Hartman,
380-pound bench.
Jeremy Hartman's big guns filling up the screen over there. Literally filling up all the giant screens we have in the arena.
Yeah, his coach Jeremy Hartman is an accomplished international level lifter on his own right.
Yes, I believe to his credit, he's competed in the Arnold deadlift contest. I believe Jeremy might have gotten as high as second in the open world.
Number of junior worlds as well.
Yep.
I know that he's been a veteran of quite a few international meets. Okay, this is Charlie Dickson.
Charlie Dickson's on a roll, Kurt.
Yeah, he is. He's
Once
doing
he got
extremely well.
Once he got past those 2 missed squats, he's been perfect.
He's in the junior and the open division.
Look at our overhead view. Do you see his legs? They're clearly offset. His right leg is clearly behind the left. That's an interesting start position. I don't know if I've seen that in the bench before.
Oh, looked like 2 kilos too much, so that 172 was just a little bit too much. He probably could have made 170, but still, he was credited with 167, so it's really not that bad. Still having a pretty good day. This is Sean Noriega, and Sean is in that hunt with these other lifters, with Gruden and Dickson for that junior spot there that's going to go to Belarus. Oh, even though he's only making a 2 kilo or a 5.5 pound increase, it's very important that he try and make this, because if he can, and Gruden can miss his third, then he could find himself right in there with him.
Yeah, this is really
right, because right now it's Dickson, Noriega, and Gruden are still really close to one another on who's going to be able to go to Worlds.
Yeah, this is going to be quite an interesting finish.
He sure gets a lot of drive out of his chest. He sinks that bar down in and pushes really hard with his chest. See what the referees say. That lift is good. 3 white lights. Dexter Jones is going to be your lifter, 185 kilos. That's 407 pounds. Dexter with a big smile heading out to the platform. Successful with 380 and 396 on his first 2 attempts. This is 407.
Yeah, now Dexter, what we've seen on him is very explosive bench presses.
Yep.
Very explosive, especially in the raw. That's an unusual trait to have that much power. Let's see if he can handle it with 407. Yeah, that's like an easy third attempt. I mean, he is just giving away pounds because he's forecast third. He could have easily had 5 more kilos.
No doubt about it, because right now he's forecasted 12 kilos behind Gruden in the opens right now. Those are important pounds that he could have used trying to get into second place. Yeah. I mean, nobody's going to be able to catch Haack at this point.
No.
But my goodness.
No, but if you give him an extra 5, maybe 7 kilos on that bench, all of a sudden that gap closes very tight. Yeah, that's interesting.
And especially in a class like the 83 kilo class, where you've got at least 50. You've got at least 50 lifters. You know, finishing second place is a really big deal.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's a tremendous accomplishment. Now, this is the guy all day I've been talking about. He's just building a total. He is literally just building a total. He's from Minnesota, so as I call it, the Gillingham like building the total, just putting brick after brick on top of your total. And what it does is it just shuts the door down on these other guys.
It's a very important attempt for Atwood here. He really needs this to be able to stay in front of Lehew.
Yeah, this is to give him a 22-pound lead after opening deadlifts, and a perfect.
A little bit of a struggle there in the middle. Let's see what happens. That was the right number. 5 kilos seemed to me like it was going to be a little bit light, but that was the perfect pick. 2 kilos less or 2 kilos more, I'm not sure that he would have made it.
Your favorite coach in powerlifting, Matt Gary, once again picking an excellent attempt. In my opinion, Taylor's now in command. He's got a 22-pound lead. He's the lighter lifter. Now, Lehew, as we talked about, he is going to be in a position to pull for the win, but I just think Atwood's just building that total. To me, it's really the way that I love to see a lifter just go make a lift after lift. Now look at these muscles. I mean, look at these. He's got a pair of legs growing out of his shoulders here.
That's amazing.
I don't know if that's anatomically possible, but they certainly look like they could be legs. and a little
wow.
too much. 2.5 kilos.
Yep.
In fact, probably not even 2.5 kilos. If you could.
So that was 187. So that was a
186 might have gone.
Right, that was a 5 kilo increase. I mean, if he'd have gone up 2 kilos, but it's kind of what we were talking about earlier, where it seems like guys can make a second attempt bench and look really smooth doing it and go up 5 kilos, and you think it's not going to be a problem, and they just simply can't do it on their third. Now, this is Brandon Maddox.
My prediction is here. He has to have this if he wants any shot to knock off Atwood. If this lift is not successful, it's just going to give up 12.5 kilos. He's finished. His whole meet comes down to this lift. Now, let's see. You notice here, Kurt, he went to no wrist straps.
Yeah, I noticed that.
That's an interesting thought.
He does. He's putting himself
He's got to make this.
Within, you know, oh, come on, finish. Close, really
I would
close.
have to say, and I like Brandon, but he's out of it. I think the battle is clearly going to come down to Atwood and Lehew.
I'm gonna go with you on that one there,
Atwood's
Dr. Patrick. If Blake Lehew can make 1 or 2 deadlifts, I got a feeling that Maddox is probably not going to be in it unless that opening deadlift at 250 is really just kind of a fake, and he's got a lot more than that.
It's not fake. His best pull is 584, and his goal is 600.
Then
so.
I would imagine that Brandon's going to have a hard time being able to stick with those top 2 guys right now.
Well,
now,
what's happened is he's just, I mean, you see his total. He lost right there on that one lift, 28 pounds.
Now, this is John Haack at 202.5 kilos, so this is 446, and this is to break the American record that he set at Raw Worlds, if I'm not mistaken. Is that right?
Yep, and this would go with his American record squat he said earlier today.
Now, what's amazing to me is that given that Haack is actually a much taller lifter than what you see a lot of these guys in that 182-pound class. You know, Hack's way taller, he's got longer limbs, but yet he can still bench way over 400. Finish, Haack.
Unbelievable.
2 keys less would have been there.
Let me tell you why that's so amazing. This young man last year at this meet went 9 for 9. He went to the IPF Worlds and went 9 for 9. He was 5 for 5 heading into that lift. He was Mr. Perfect. He was 23 for 23 on the national and international stage. It's almost unheard of to see him miss a lift.
So, that is the conclusion of our bench press here in the Primetime session. We've got, here in 5 minutes, we've got the deadlifts coming. We've got a lot of drama coming up very soon in the 59 kilo or 130-pound class. We're going to find out who between Bill Tenerelli and Eric Kupperstein and Shorty Sadang is going to be crowned your national champion and get that spot to go to Worlds. We're also going to see if Keith McHoney has got that big deadlift working for him or not. I mean, we kind of think that it looks like he's going to be the national champion, but then we've also got some drama in the 66 kilo or 145-pound junior classes for that world team spot. So stick around. We'll be back in just a minute.
Yeah, I think what we're going to do is we're going to take a break, and then we're going to compile some scores and do a little bit of a score update right before the deadlift start.
My name is Kimberly Walford. I'm a 15-year veteran in the sport of powerlifting. My proudest moment was probably re-breaking the total record last year at the Pacific Games. I squatted 390-something, benched about 253, and pulled 534.6 pounds. So I know sometimes I look very intense, or I like to say like a quiet storm, but you have to know when to truly focus on that point just before you're about to lift and know that you're about to give it 100%. And it's not just physical intensity, it's emotional and psychological intensity as well. You have to be able to tell yourself in your mind that I'm committed 100% to lifting this weight. And if you don't believe it, it'll show when you try and attempt it. It's a lot of trial and error. Some of us, when you start out, you don't necessarily have the right coach. So you tend to see lifters who pull programs off the internet, but they don't understand that those are templates. Some of you can't follow it just specifically as it's designed. You have to actually tweak it for your body. When I hear training metrics, I think volume. I think about how much volume I'm putting in at certain times in my training cycle. I'm very much into stats. Metrics are extremely important. As far as us getting to the next level, reaching a level of eliteness, hitting championship, whatever you want to call it, it's all about effectiveness and efficiency. The longer you're in the sport, regardless of what the sport is, you're basically trying to figure out how can you make yourself faster and stronger and smarter. Because it's all about getting as much poundage as you can in relation to powerlifting with regard to our sport. So any type of application, program, therapy, modality that can do so will definitely be a tool that any lifter or an athlete would use because it's going to help you reach those goals. My name is Kimberly Wall.
Pound weight class. It appears by all estimates Heather Connor will lock up the win and the American record total on her opening deadlift. There will be a battle for second place between Lisa Rothman and Dr. Deadlift, Payal Ghosh. Kurt's joining back on the mic. We just went over the women's class scoring. We're going to move towards the men's 130-pound class. And in that class, it's interesting because clearly Shorty Sadang and Bill Tenerelli are the 1 and 2 seed, with Tenerelli 2.5 kilos up on Shorty. But in my estimation, Eric Kupperstein is not out of it. He is 20 kilos back off openers, but his deadlift is more than enough to give him a shot, Kurt. I don't think he's the favorite, but I think he's got a chance.
Well, the biggest issue with Kupperstein is really going to be decided by the other two lifters. I mean, if they can get in there and make a couple of deadlifts, I think more than likely they can put him away. If they run out of gas, so to speak, make their openers, and they're unable to make their second and thirds, then I think it opens the door. Now, but another thing that needs to be mentioned with Eric on that deadlift is whether or not his grip can hold.
Yes.
Okay, it's late in the evening. You know, he's been sitting around a little bit longer than he probably expected, and you know, it just depends how much gas he's got left. And I don't think it's going to be an issue if it's going to be in his hips and legs and back. I think it's more or less going to be in his grip. If he can hold on to something, then he might just be able to pull out a crazy win here. But like I said before, if Tenerelli and Shorty Sadang are able to make a couple of deadlifts, I got a feeling it's going to be over as far as that goes. Now, as far as the battle between those two, I think it could be down to the wire. I would imagine the lifter that makes 3 deadlifts is probably going to be the one that gets it.
Well, I think Sadang has the advantage in the sense that he's opening at 440, but he's actually pulled as much as 501 pounds before. So that's a really, really light opener. Tenerelli has a 523 PR coming in, but he's opening at 501. So when you look at it, Sadang's got a lot more room, in my opinion, to be able to take. In fact, I won't be surprised if Sadang ups his opener before we start, just to creep past the Tenerelli.
Well, he's coming up on the limit to when he's able to change that opener. Now,
yeah, I can't see the clock from where we are.
You know, on the other side of the coin though, with Sadang opening that light, you know, if he's able to pull something close to 500 pounds, or he's got a 500-pound PR, it could actually come back and bite him, opening as light as he does. Because you know, let's say he pulls 440 on his opener, then he's really got to guess correctly, because you never know when you're going to run out of gas. You know, because a lot of times lifters will say open at 440 and then go to 473, and it might not be all they've got. Or it might not be that hard of a deadlift, but it might be the last one they're able to pull just because they're tired. So sometimes you might want to open a little bit heavier.
We're getting ready to start, but the other thing we want to touch on in the 145s, Keith McHoney's got the win wrapped up, but it's going to be an interesting battle there for the junior spot and for some of the battles between Willie Lim and Sawyer Yandell.
Okay,
and Lenard Jones.
This is Alyssa Mirasol. That's a good, easy opening deadlift. Okay, it looks like that is a we're hearing from our announcer, Gino, that that's an American record in total for the juniors. Now, one thing a little more importantly than that does wrap up first place in the juniors for her. Now, she is, according to this, I'm seeing, right?
21.
Yeah, so she's 21, so she's got junior eligibility. So if she wants it, that spot on the junior Raw national team that's going to Belarus belongs to her. This is Rothman, and that's a good easy opener at 135 kilos. That's 297 pounds. That's going to give her a total of 320 kilos, or 705.
Nice total.
All right, now where's that going to set her, Dr. Patrick? She's looking at Tiffany Leung is going to be just a little bit behind her after openers.
Yeah, Payal Ghosh is actually the one. Payal Ghosh is the one that's going to be pushing Lisa.
And she's the big deadlifter. She's got the largest deadlift of everybody in this class. And this is Tiffany here. She's really got to make this and make it look easy. Oh, goodness. That was hard to get off the floor. I'd like to think that probably 5, maybe 7 could be possible, but even that could be a little bit of a stretch. It looks like that was pretty close to her limit.
Now, this lift right here coming up, Heather Connor, will give her the American record total.
It'll give her the American record total, and also I can't see Rothman or any of the other lifters being able to get in there and catch her.
This will seal the deal.
They'd have to deadlift another, actually in this case, another 37, 40 kilos. None of them are going to have that.
This is for your national title right here, ladies and gentlemen.
She could pull this. She'll wrap up a national title. She'll earn herself a spot on the national team.
We talked about earlier that she dedicated this meet to her nephew Noah. The lift is good.
Really good.
And Heather wanted us to say for her nephew Noah and for her sister and just her whole family out there, a month ago, he passed away at birth, and it was a sudden situation, obviously. The whole family's been dealing with it, and Heather said she wanted to come here to dedicate it to him. So we just, big shout out to Noah, the memory of Noah, and that whole family in North Carolina. Hopefully they're all hugging each other, giving each other high fives, and having a little bit of joy amidst a really difficult time.
Well, she sure looked good today. How much is she going up here? She's going up 10 kilos, so that's going to give her. Yeah, that's going to give her 368. So
well
over 800. Okay, This is Payal Ghosh. It's our biggest opener. This is 352 pounds. It's 160 kilos.
And I've heard her deadlift is Lamar Gann-esque in the sense that she will lock this out very quickly.
And what's her personal best?
She's done 385 in a local meet.
Oh, my goodness.
But 374.
That was the fastest of all the openers that we saw. Wow.
Yeah, she's not going to have enough to be able to catch Heather, but she certainly is in command for second, and I think she could set the American record deadlift.
Now, in my opinion, the only thing for her to try and do right now, as easy as that was, is to try and get up there with Rothman and Leung.
Well, and that actually won't be hard at all because how easy that lift was.
Right.
For her to stay ahead of Rothman, considering that she's the lighter lifter, she would only actually need to jump 7.5 kilos.
Right.
So.
And she's sitting in third right now.
Her forecast is actually fourth, but that's because she hasn't put in her next attempt.
Right.
Now let's check out Shorty Sadang. This opener should be very easy.
This is going to tell the tale here.
This should be very easy, and it was.
Interesting.
I think my prediction is on. I think Shorty is smart taking a light opener. I think he's gonna get rid of Tenerelli on his second, and then he's gonna try and hold off Kupperstein on the third.
It's gonna take a lot. It really will. I mean, I guess the way that Tenerelli's opener is really gonna tell the tale for us.
His
here.
opener is a lot closer to his max, which is 523.
Right.
So I don't suspect he's gonna have as much. Now we'll see, but I think Shorty is in a position where he could take off that easy opener. He could take a 15-kilo jump, no problem. No problem at all. And then that's going to put Tenerelli having to go over a PR on his second attempt.
Now this is Willie Lim.
Now you know this guy. What kind of a pull does he have? Is he a guy?
He's not a tremendous deadlifter in that he can deadlift a little bit over 500, but not too much more than that.
PR, yep. I'll tell you what, though, that was easy.
I would venture a guess that he may have 507, maybe a little bit more if he's not feeling too gassed right now. That looked pretty good.
Yeah, really solid.
Okay, this is Jonathan Garcia. He's opening at 220 kilos, 485 pounds.
He has had a rough day so far compared to what he was expecting.
Right.
So the deadlift, unfortunately for him, is his weakest lift. But he's opening not far from a PR. 515 is his PR, and he's at 485. So he's certainly not built for the deadlift, but that doesn't always mean anything.
Yeah, he's going to need to make this, and he's going to need to make this look easy if he wants to hang around with some of these guys that are up there in the medals, or in the top 3 medals, excuse me.
Yeah, I would really think his shot was in the squat and the bench.
Right.
He
needed to make all the hay possible at that point, and it didn't seem like he did it.
Yeah, and this is going to be close to a max because all his lifts today have been rough. So I don't really see, unless his deadlift is surprisingly,
He's got a little bit left. I think where you're going to see that stall is right about at the top of that sock, at that white line right there. That seems to be a sticking point for him.
I mean, at most he might have his 5 kilos, 7.5 maybe.
Really? I would think if we're trying to pick the top end based on that, he might have 2-3. He may have 507, possibly something like that, but not a whole lot more than that.
507 for Garcia? Wow, you're giving a lot. You're giving him 10 kilos.
I think he may have that.
All right, so now this really comes down to how much do you think he has left in him?
Right.
Shorty Sadang is only jumping 10 kilos, so he's clearly being conservative, but it could hurt him with Kupperstein because if he holds off Tenerelli but doesn't do enough on his third, Kupperstein's going to have a shot.
I think it's kind of what we were talking about earlier, that 2 attempts might put away Kupperstein, and then they can go after each other. That was not hard for a...
It wasn't hard, but it wasn't anywhere as easy as Shorty Sadang's.
Right.
But I'm telling you, where Sadang's going to hurt himself, he might be in trouble, is leaving the door open for this lifter, Kupperstein. To me, Sadang is in control over Tenerelli because his lift was easier. Based off what you just saw, how much do you think Tenerelli has left in him?
Tenerelli, that was 227. I don't think 237 is, I think 237 is definitely possible.
I agree, but not a lot more.
Definitely.
And Sadang, clearly his 210 is going to be within range, and probably there's more. But this will be interesting now. Kupperstein's deal is, can he get the bar off the floor, and is his grip, like you said.
And as interested as we are, ladies and gentlemen, in what Kupperstein's looks like, I promise you, none are more interested than those other 2 competitors at 130. Those 2 guys are watching him like a hawk right now.
And it all comes down, do you notice he grips it on the smooth overhand? He's actually on the smooth part. I mean, that's an amazing, amazing deadlift to be on the smooth.
It looked good. Now, it's not as fast as some of the other Kupperstein openers that we've seen in the past.
Yeah, in my opinion, he doesn't have the big 600.
I'm with you.
I would not be out of the question that he might be able to give himself 255, 562.
I was kind of thinking 562 might be the top end, something like that. This is great drama right here, and that we've got Sawyer Yandell going first between himself and Lenard Jones, and those are the 2 guys that are vying for that junior national title.
Yeah, look how close they are.
And going back to back as well. What a great fight we've got here.
Now that could be a red light. Let's see what the judges say.
Well, I got a feeling he's going to miss. Wow.
No, they gave it to him. I thought what happened there was that he locked and unlocked his shoulders.
Yeah.
Now, that was almost because it was too easy. But the interesting thing, like you said, is now Lenard Jones in the bench. Remember we talked about he left pounds on the bar. This guy has been explosive all day.
This is going to tell us a lot. This opener right here.
But Yandell's was easy.
So. Right, and as has everything, all the openers that he's done so far today.
But this guy has been explosive.
A little bit of strain there in the middle.
Yeah, it was a solid lift, but it wasn't smoked.
Right.
But it didn't look like there was a trouble at the top, so he might have more left in him.
We still haven't seen Yandell's second.
And Yandell's the heavier lifter, so that's going to be an interesting...
Yeah, who does have the body weight advantage goes to Lenard Jones.
Yep.
So right now, if things stay the way they are, okay, it looks like
Yandell jumped
Sawyer
15 kilos.
15 keys. So
That's
he's not playing around. He's not going for broke, so to speak, but he is taking an aggressive jump.
Yeah.
There's a lot of coaches right now, one being myself, that likes to be aggressive on that second deadlift because you don't know what you're going to have for your third or if you're going to have your third at all.
Well, and in the open division, this guy has a shot to actually catch both of these two. If he hits this lift, James Vang will actually put himself in third, right smack between Jones and Yandell.
Vang told me he pulled 600 in training, weighing 147.
So 545, he should have plenty of room.
Watch out. Okay, now that was 545. Dr. Patrick, I think 584 is there for sure.
Is
yeah.
pretty solid.
Yep.
Now, I agree that the 600 might be there, but the 84 is a pretty solid attempt. So right here what we have is Keith McHoney basically locks up a national title when he makes this lift. And he's not far off from having a shot at the American record total.
Okay, this is Keith McHoney at 255 kilos, 562. Now he's a 600-pound deadlifter. This shouldn't be tough.
This only puts him 12.5 kilos off the American record total. So do you think he can pull 15 kilos more?
It's possible.
I'll
tell you what, I'd like to see his grip just a little bit wider. It seems like he's got that grip so narrow that his body kind of gets in the way.
Yeah, and he clearly looked like he had a little bit of what they call that windmill at the top where
right.
He was not comfortable with the lockout.
Well, he's also going to be running into the same type of situation that all these lifters are, and that it's past 12 o'clock now. And so fatigue has definitely got to be setting in at some point unless all of these lifters had a nice long nap during the day. Because there's no chance that any of them could have been expecting to be deadlifting at this point in time.
And can you imagine the morning session, I think, starts at 9 tomorrow, doesn't it?
Oh, I can definitely imagine, given that I'll be at the weigh-in at 6:45.
Hey, fortunately, I don't have to work until the second session.
Well,
so
for you.
I get a little break. Fortunately for me. Lisa
goodness.
Rothman.
Okay, Lisa Rothman. Sorry, we're a little behind there, ladies and gentlemen, but Lisa Rothman missed that deadlift just then.
To me, that's going to put Payal Ghosh in the
it's only a
driver's
5-kilo increase, and the fact that she missed it on strength and it didn't look all that bad, it was just not there. So she has opened the door.
Payal Ghosh, yeah. Pyle's going to take it on this next deadlift for Payal will move her past Lisa.
And if Alyssa makes this look easy, she's got another. Now, she weighed in right at the limit, so she'd have to go another 10 kilos above this to be able to go catch her.
Yeah, Alyssa is putting on a pretty good display here, the junior lifter.
She may have another 10 kilos, possibly. If she could stretch a little bit and really strain, that could happen. Alyssa is the only junior in that class. So, again, like we said, she's already secured that junior
She would need 10 kilos to catch Lisa.
Yeah, if she could pull 150, that she would go into.
It could get her as high as fourth because Payal Ghosh is about to move into second place.
It would appear that way based
I'm
on
sorry,
how
she's
fast
about to move into third based on what Tiffany does. Yeah, this is actually now interesting because Tiffany is in a position with this lift, she would stay in second place.
Yeah, she would. She would move it. She'd move ahead of Rothman because right now she's sitting at 312. Rothman's at 320.
But Tiffany wasn't even able to clear the front. Oh, my gosh.
Except for that time when she cleared the floor. I thought she was going to make it.
I actually almost gave up on her. But you know what's setting the door now? Payal Ghosh could climb all the way up to second place.
Yeah, she's her forecast, if she makes this, will put her in third.
But that's based off Lisa making her comeback, and Lisa's third
correct.
did not look like she. So in reality, this lift will actually put her in second. If she makes this lift, Payal Ghosh will be in second currently. Because the forecast assumes the lift is made.
It will give her 322, and Rothman is sitting at 320. It puts her in second. More than likely, Rothman doesn't have a make in her.
And Payal Ghosh looks like she has more.
Well, we'll see.
I mean, she looked very strong on her opener. This is only a 5-kilo jump. This is going to be an easy lift. I'm sorry, this is a 15-kilo jump. I want to make sure I got that right.
Wow. I think she stretched a good 8 inches from the time she started pulling on that to the time she locked it out. Well, you could tell, gosh, that's a slow walk coming off the platform. My guess is that you could probably take 5 kilos off and she couldn't pull that again.
Yeah, she might be done.
Yeah, that's probably all she's got, but fortunately for her, that more than likely that's all she needed. Because I don't see...
Now this is an American record deadlift, American record total, Kurt. This will put her at 811 in the total. This will put her at 369 in the deadlift. It's breaking her own deadlift and total record. And she looked very strong on her opener. Look how wide her grip is for a small female, Kurt.
Oh, got a little nasty there at the top. It looked like her grip might have been going almost.
Well, it's interesting. Typically, you try and grip it, obviously, with your arms as straight and as low down as possible. She has a relatively wide grip for a small female.
Okay, so making that gives her 368.5. So 367.5 is 810. So she's at 812 then, basically, is what.
And she came in with the American record at 771.
So quite an incredible increase there. I mean, 20 kilos for a small lifter like that.
Well, how about last year's Nationals? She did 722. So she's put almost 100 pounds on her total in a year. And you know the world record, Chinese Taipei, is 898. So she's still a ways away, but, I mean, the way she's making progress.
Yeah, give her a couple of years with, injury-free. I think she could be able to scratch
Well, she's
and claw
right
her
there
way
in
to
the
that.
deadlift. The world record in the deadlift is 385. She's at 369.
Okay, this is a big, big lift for Shorty Sadang.
Now, to me, you notice he pulls overhand hook grip. He's got to lock it in, but he had a lot left in him.
Still does.
Yeah. Here's what my prediction is. He just finished off, to me, Tenerelli. But I think Kupperstein, the interesting thing will be, how does Sadang know what to jump to? Because he almost has to guess, because if he misses, he's going to open the door. He really needs to be conservative on his third.
This is the dilemma that coaches and lifters have when they are the first ones to deadlift. The only person that you're competing against generally is yourself, because all your competitors are just shooting for a number that you put up. If you miss, it doesn't help you at all. But you have to pick something that is competitive, but at the same time, if you miss, then you're sunk.
Yeah,
it's really difficult.
I know that all too well. I was the Masters World Champion for about 30 seconds in 2012 when I hit the deadlift to go in the gold, and then Andre Golson pulled the winning pull on his third attempt. So I know all about that. The deadlift is the king of lifts. You need to have the best deadlift if you want to win.
Okay, here's Garcia going 225. That was only a small 5-kilo increase from his opener.
He actually looked better, I think,
yeah,
on that than he did
great.
on his opener.
I thought.
I mean, remember, his opener we weren't that happy with, and that actually looked pretty good.
What do you think? He might go 230, 232 possibly?
So that was 225. Yeah,
Yeah.
I think 230.
Okay, so that's 507.
He's forecast for the top 5.
All right. Johnny May, the gentleman that owns our gym, calls Willie Lim, bad Willie Lim, the baddest man in the whole darn gym. And he'd be really upset if I didn't call him that at least once.
I like that. The baddest man in the whole darn gym. Wow, he did a little bit of a kind of shifting side to side, but there was a lot left there.
That's a 501 pull for Willie, and that's pretty good.
Yeah, actually his PR is 507.
Yeah, he's right around the low 500s mark generally.
This is interesting. He put his PR down as 507, but it looks like he pulled 501 must have been at the Worlds and tried 512. So
yeah,
he's going to be looking at a PR. Now this lift right here, to me, is the one shot Tenerelli has left. He's not only got to make this, he's got to still have room to spare. But this lift will close the gap for him on Shorty.
It looks like he made that.
It did, but unfortunately for him, even off of that lift, he's behind Sadang now by 15 pounds, and he's not going to be able to overcome that.
He's behind Sadang by 15, and he darn sure doesn't have enough, or not enough, but as much left in the tank. If I'm Sadang, I would probably stay exactly where I am at 215 kilos. And so who's the heavier of those two on this? Now, Tenerelli does have body weight on him, so what? If Sadang were to make
Sadang's
that.
only jumping 5 kilos. That would give him 550. Tenerelli would actually need, he would only need 2.5 kilos more. Yeah, Sadang's going to have to bump that third.
Yeah.
Because Sadang is also putting himself in a position where if he only pulls 215, Kupperstein could sneak by him. So
Yeah.
I'm telling you, the mistake, I still think Sadang's going to win, but the mistake I think he's putting himself in, it looks like he's focusing on Tenerelli.
Okay, here's the big 15-kilo increase for Yandell. Gosh
Whoa.
darn, you could tell he lost his balance there.
But it looked like he had plenty in him.
Yeah, he's got enough to lock that out. Now,
But the problem is Lenard Jones is going after him. If Lenard hits this lift, Tenerelli's going to be in trouble. Yandell's going to be in trouble. All right, so now here's Kupperstein. Now this is interesting. There is some thought, and I've actually done this when I've coached lifters, to pass your second deadlift when you're the big puller and just go for it all.
I've done the same a few times.
But some guys, like a Kupperstein, feel like they want to be able to make sure their grip and their form is on, and maybe he's figuring, because this lift will not put him in the first place for the open division. It'll put him in first in the Masters, but it still holds him a little bit back.
Now the only issue that Kupperstein's got with not wanting to pass that second attempt is because there are lifters that went earlier in the day. And what was the
Yeah, actually there's a couple lifters that would be past him, because we had 2 lifters in this weight class who actually had a 535 and a 525.
Right now he's in 5th in the opens. He's not in 3rd.
So you're right, he needs this lift.
Yeah, he's got to make this to put himself up where he wants to be.
Quentin Myers and Anthony Perez, who already told it earlier today.
Boy, how good was Perez as a Team 2 lifter? Did he lock that out, Dr. Patrick?
I think he did. That lift is good.
The lift is good. 3 white lights.
556. I tell you what, Kupperstein is not done. He is actually going to be in a position where he's closed the gap now with that made lift, that he is only 12.5 behind Tenerelli.
Okay, Lenard Jones is going to be your lifter. He's gone from 242, which is 534, all the way to 257.5, so 567. Big jump that he's making here.
Well, and he's doing this because this would put him past what Yandell, if Yandell
would
makes his third.
Would have made, he's just going right with him. This,
interestingly,
according
though,
to the
he's
openers,
lighter than Yandell, so this is actually 2.5 more than he needed. This was not a good attempt.
This could be pretty heavy for him. Wow.
Yeah,
that's a gutsy attempt there.
He doesn't have the best technique. He's rounded and he's bent over, and that was more than he needed. But I tell you what, that puts Yandell in a really tough spot.
It does, you're right. Now, I hate to make it sound like the effort today by Keith McHoney was an afterthought, because it's certainly not. I mean, he's an incredible lifter. He's got a Wilks score of over 500. He's gonna total, well over 1,400 pounds. Weighing.
This will put him within 5 kilos of the American record total.
Yeah, and this will put him within. This puts him over 10 times body weight as well. Does it? Yeah, does it not? Because he weighed 65.12.
Yeah,
so
just
this is
over
652. So yeah, he's over 10 times body weight with this. 10 times body weight without equipment. Finish that.
Yeah, there's really something going on there with that lockout. He windmills a little bit.
Yeah, he needs to
move his grip out a little bit.
That grip needs to go out about an inch on each hand. That would be my opinion on that. Now, he might not get the same bar bend and the same power off the floor by doing that, but I think in the long run, I think he's going to be a little bit better off by moving that out. But then again, I'm not his coach, and I'm not nearly as talented as Keith, so
now
maybe I'll just keep it to myself.
James Vang coming up is currently in 3rd in the open division behind Lenard Jones, but this lift will pass. This lift would put him past Lenard Jones. So this lift would move him actually all the way up into 2nd. Nobody's going to be able to catch Keith, but this could be quite an interesting finish. And you told me James Vang said he actually pulled 600 in training, correct?
That's what he told me.
His opener was very easy, very easy.
Well, I hope it was easy, because this is a 17-kilo jump. He's going all the way to 584.
Yeah, if he can get in the groove, I think this lift is going to be within his capabilities.
Finish, James. Yep.
I was just going to say, it looked like there was a little bit of a grip issue when he was setting up.
He's had grip issues in the past with his in his equip meets as well.
All right, this is a big lift for Lisa.
Yeah, Lisa needs to make this. If she could do it in the opens, it'll move her into third.
Well, she's actually currently in third, so what is interesting is in this situation,
you're right.
She actually needs this lift just to be able to hold off some of the people coming from behind.
Right.
Because Tiffany Leung could potentially go after her, and certainly, well, Payal's pretty much looking like she's got second wrapped up.
Notice what Payal Ghosh is going to also. She's going to 168, so she's utilizing the ability to chip that record to try and win it by 0.5 kilos.
Yeah, that is interesting.
Now, based on what her second looked like, I'd be shocked and awed if she were able to pull another deadlift. It looked like that was all she had.
Well, and
this is a big deadlift for Lisa Rothman here.
Yeah, the Lisa thing is she really just needs to stay so tight that she can get this above her knees, because last time it just really stalled on her. Wow, that lockout was strong.
She decides to suck it up and pull that with no problem at all. Made you wonder what she was thinking on her second one. You know, whatever motivation she had, they used it at the wrong time.
Yeah, because in reality, she's not far out of second. In fact, that lift right there moved her into currently in second place ahead of Payal Ghosh.
Yep.
The problem is going to be is, well, Payal actually did have a little bit of a struggle, so Lisa's not out of it.
Yeah, I don't think it's going out on a limb too much to say that she's got second place wrapped up. I'm going to be pretty shocked if Payal's able to pull a third deadlift after that second one. That was hard.
Yeah, but it's only, all right, well, the big deadlifter, though, it's only 6 pounds. Sometimes can pull one up.
Yep. Yeah, that was a gutsy attempt by Lisa just then to be able to come through.
Tiffany Leung, she's the one that, remember the last lift, we didn't think it was going to clear the floor, and now she's almost locking it out.
Yeah, nearly identical to the second attempt. Just took forever
that one,
and a day
actually, I
for
think
it to
she
clear
got a
the
little
floor.
farther.
Yeah.
Mirasol's going to be your junior national champion, Kurt.
She is your junior national champion. She's going to make that team to go to Belarus with the juniors. She's actually making a bump, though. Looks like she just changed from 150 to 155, so she went from 330 to 341. If she makes this one, it will put her...
Wow, this is to move her all the way to second in the open division.
Right.
What a great finish for Alyssa.
She weighed 47.0. I mean, she was at it. I was sitting there at the weigh-in, and she had to go into the weigh-in 2 different times to make it.
47.0.
Yes, to make 47.0.
How about the fact that for Alyssa, she's only been competing since April, and she is about to pull to get to second place, first in the juniors. She's just 21.
Well, it doesn't bode well for some of the other 47-kilo juniors that are watching this from Europe right now at 6 a.m. That's not a very nice thing for them to wake up to right now.
Hey, I got up at 4 a.m. to watch the Masters Worlds in Estonia a few weeks ago. They can afford to get up for us. Yeah, this will be a really good finish for Alyssa. This would be a great way to go out. This would be the junior American record in the deadlift.
Okay, so to say it again, if she makes this is going to put her in second overall.
Oh, yeah.
In the opens.
Now, Payal will still have a shot to knock her out, but yeah.
This is going to be tough. Yeah, a little much. I think she might have had 10 more kilos.
Yeah, that was a huge jump.
Had she tried that, but going 55. So
she dropped back
what
to
did she
sixth
finish?
place. Sixth in the open.
She finished sixth in the open. Had she made that, she would have gone as high as second.
Yep. And
well, look at the difference. Look at the difference in that.
Tiffany's got fifth wrapped up, and now what you're going to see is Payal's in third, and she's looking to knock Lisa off the silver medal perch because Payal's in third, and that's locked up. She's got third, and our fourth place would be from earlier this morning, Emma Ife. So really, what it's going to come down to is this is Payal trying to move from third to second. Now, I'm with you. This is going to be really tough, but never count out a deadlifter, and this is for the American record, although I have to admit, I think Heather's going to smash it right afterwards.
Right. I'm going to be pretty surprised if she's able to pull this. As difficult as that second one was, I mean, she's making the right move. She's trying to put herself up into second place past Lehew Rothman, but as hard as that second one was, I was actually a little bit surprised that she was able to finish that one. Showed a lot of heart in doing it.
It'll really come down to the groove and getting it started, because apparently she's got a tremendous
she's got to pull aggressive here. Wow, look.
Oh.
My goodness, that was the best deadlift she'd done of the three, and I couldn't tell if she just lost her balance or just
it
forgot
almost looked
to
like
hold
it went up too fast at the top and it threw her off.
What a shame.
Now, Kurt, we've been talking all day about how great this performance has been, but Heather Connor is going for an 828-pound total. Now, we talked about last year at this same meet, she did 722.
Okay, it looks like she did drop that deadlift just then.
So she's actually going for 814 total.
Right.
But she did 722 last year at this meet, Kurt. She's looking to put 92 pounds on her total in 1 year.
And that's the equivalent of, say, like a 231-pound lifter putting 200 or 300 pounds on their total. I mean, it's just phenomenal. A 40-kilo or an 88, what is it, 80 pounds?
92-pound jump.
92-pound increase from 1 year to the next. And Heather Connor is not some bad lifter who just now learned how to power lift. I mean, she's an accomplished lifter. She's been on an international team already.
Well, and how about this? The amount that she's putting on her total, if she makes this, she's closer to the world record total. Wei Ling from Taipei's done 898. If she hits this lift, she'll be within roughly about 85 pounds of the world record total. So Heather's really starting to show up where she's going to be potential gold medalist in the future. And Kurt, this lift is well within her capabilities.
Oh, sure.
This is only a 1 kilo jump, and she smoked her second.
Yep.
I really think they actually were conservative on this one. I think she had the weight they had put in for her. I believe this will put her 9 for 9 with American records in every lift.
Yep.
You'll love the smile at the top. She told me before today she was going to win. She said, I will win today. Hey, I went 1 for 1. I got my first lift correct.
Nice job.
I got one correct.
Okay, now, this is
the guy I predicted to win this class.
The third and final deadlift for Shorty Sadang in the 59-kilo class, or 130 pounds. If he right now he's setting at 545, so that's just a touch over 1,200. If he makes this, it's going to give him another 7 kilos. It's going to put him at 552. He is currently sitting in second.
Yeah, and they must know that he doesn't have a lot more left in him, because I think he's putting a shot where Tenerelli could come back. All Tenerelli's going to have to do is bump that third up 2.5 kilos.
Yeah, he was set at 215. Now he's gone to 217. So if he does make this, it will put him in front.
This is to put him in the lead. It's all going to come down to the grip, because he has got plenty of power. If he can lock that,
he is
overhand.
Yeah, so he is hook gripping it.
If he can lock it in, that's an easy lift. But now it opens the door for Tenerelli and Kupperstein.
He does. I can understand why they went to that number, because it was something that they definitely had to make, but it's like we were talking about earlier. You can kind of shoot yourself in the foot in being a little too conservative, and that you leave the door open for some of these bigger deadlifters later down the road.
Tenerelli already bumped his lift up, so Tenerelli will be going for the win.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And then after Tenerelli's lift, then Kupperstein will have a shot to decide what he needs to go for the win.
What's Kupperstein looking at right now if he's able to pull that? If he can pull that, he'll be at 550.5. That's, you know what, let's not get into what Kupperstein's got to do just yet. You know, Tenerelli right now, if he can pull this, it'll put him in first place.
Well, we know Kupperstein, in order to catch Shorty, Kupperstein is actually slightly lighter than Shorty. So just to catch him, he would need 17.5 kilos. He would need 270 just to catch Shorty.
And he is lighter.
Yeah,
Kupperstein is just a tad lighter than Shorty.
So he would need 270. Now, if Tenerelli hits his, that's going to...
In the meantime, we do have Jonathan Garcia, who's finishing out his day at 230. This is 507.
Last time we'll be able to give him a shout-out to his daughter, Jocelyn. Hey,
nice finish on that lockout.
Of all the lifts that he finished strong in, it was the lift we weren't expecting coming in.
It was a nice little fist bump up in the air. He seems to be pleased with that. I know it's not the day that he was looking for, and his openers would indicate that he was going to total a little bit more than that, but still, it's not a bad day for him. And he did finish off with 3 good deadlifts at the end of the day, which, by the way, is past midnight.
Well, and if you figure that his squat and his bench were his best lifts coming in, if he gets those back in order, he could actually be right at the top. Because
sure.
If you look at where he finished, I mean, he's in 5th place, but he's not that far behind. Even just looking at the junior division, Sawyer Yandell and Lenard Jones.
Well, he's only 20 kilos out of 2nd place. Not to mention the fact that he's also coming in over 2 kilos underneath the limit for this body weight for this class. Yeah, if he can put on a little functional body mass, he might be in good shape. Here comes Willie Lim. This is 237. This is 523. This is going to be pretty tough if he's able to make this.
I'm told he's the baddest man in the gym.
The whole darn gym.
The whole darn gym.
Except at 523. Right. He's not very good at that. Not at 12:45 at night.
All right, so Tenerelli. Right now, this is for the win. Well, this is to put him in the lead,
This will put him in the lead currently ahead of Shorty Sadang. And all likelihood is probably going to set, if he can pull this, more than likely he's going to be able to hold off Kupperstein. If he doesn't, then he does open himself up to being caught. Now, his second attempt wasn't lightning fast by any means. I think if he makes this, it's going to be awfully difficult. He's really got to be patient in the middle to make sure that he's not bouncing this around and hitching it, because it's got to still look good. Bring your hips right now. Holy cow, finish. I didn't see the bar descend. Did you?
That's going to be borderline. It went forward. I don't know if it went down. Now, here's an interesting scenario.
Wow. What an incredible deadlift for Bill Tenerelli.
Here's an interesting scenario. Kupperstein needs 270 to beat Sadang, but Tenerelli is lighter than Kupperstein. But because Kupperstein's going for a Masters world record, he doesn't have to go to 272.5. He could just do 270.5 because he gets credit for those pounds.
Well, it looks like there's a change being turned in for Kupperstein. Now, in the meantime...
But isn't that interesting? To me, that's one of the reasons why I don't like the rule that they credit the pounds to your total. Kupperstein is only allowed, normally he'd have to jump 2.5 kilos. He only has to jump a half kilo, but he's setting a Masters world record. It's not an open world record.
Well, it's not, but it's the American record.
I'm sorry,
it's
the American record.
But it's an open American record, is it not?
Actually, I can tell you it would be considered the open American record.
Okay, so yeah, he would be able to allow to do that. Now, in the meantime, this is Lenard Jones. He's making a 5 kilo increase. He's at 617. This will give him 622.
So he's currently in the lead. This is just to push the lead farther ahead of Sawyer Yandell in the junior.
This is so important for him. Did he do that?
I didn't see it go back down.
Nice. And he was safe at second. That's amazing.
Well, and now Sawyer Yandell, who we both felt had more left in him, is still going to have a shot. Oh, Yandell's jumping up huge. There's all kinds of interesting things going on.
Okay, so they've actually done exactly what they needed to do. Now here's the situation right now. He's
jumping
Yandell,
more than he needs, but he had to do it because Yandell.
If he pulls this will actually, this is breaking the junior American record.
Yes.
So it's breaking the junior American record, and he's chipping it. Now the reason this is going to give him the lead by 5.5 kilos. Now the reason that he was unable to do less than this is because he still wanted to be able to have the luxury of pulling after Lenard Jones.
Yep.
So
Lenard really put him in a bad position. But this doesn't seem like this is necessarily out of the range for Yandell.
I don't think it is, but at the same time, as hard as that deadlift was for Lenard Jones, hindsight's 20/20, but I think going back and looking at this, I think, in my opinion, that it was maybe not the correct thing to do.
He told me he pulled 578 in training.
I
This is
saw a video of it, and
579.
it looked awfully good. Now, he also didn't do it after midnight, so I hope he makes this. I really do, but it's going to be interesting. Keep your balance, Sawyer. I think he did that. Did he get his down command? And that lift is good.
I'd be a little.
I was unable to hear.
I'd be a little bit upset if I was Lenard Jones.
That could
was
have definitely gone either way. I'm not too sure about the lockout on that deadlift. Yeah, that was odd.
Yeah, that was, to me.
Well, if nothing gets overturned, I mean, we got to congratulate Sawyer Yandell. I mean,
no, it's a great pull on his part. To me, I would have red lighted it. I thought that was a situation there where it was hard for us because we can't see and hear the down signal.
Right.
But to me, it appeared like his knees weren't locked. And then it appeared like if he did wait for the signal, his knees were unlocked. And if he didn't wait for the signal, it appears like they gave him a lift before he got the down signal. But
wow,
it was an amazing
finish.
If
nothing happened, okay.
Yeah, there's clearly some discussion at the jury table.
We discussing
table.
Things at the jury
Joe
right now.
Marksteiner, looks like Bill Sindelar. There's some discussion over there if there's going to be an appeal. I hate to see lifts overturned, though.
Is there a coach? Is there a coach that's over there with him, or are they just talking about it themselves?
I do not see one. Now, we got to discuss this because James Vang is in fourth. This is to move him all the way to second. This is to pass Sawyer Yandell in the open division. This would move him all the way up to second place.
If Vang's grip can hold on this, he could pull it. He's got the strength in his back and his legs and his hips to be able to do it. It looked like he was able to lock it out the last time. He just couldn't hold on to it through the down command. Nope. You could see that grip started to go in about mid-shin, and he just didn't have it. Not the worst day for James, but certainly not his best.
Well, it looks like I'm going to at least have one incorrect because I picked Sadang, and Tenerelli's got the win. Kupperstein's the only one who's got a shot. Now, I think this is just a little bit out of Eric's range, but it's certainly not. If you're Bill Tenerelli, you're not relaxed. How amazing would it be if a 50-year-old man, Kurt, 50 years old, the attorney from Massachusetts, can pull out the win over these young guys and win the national title? And you know it's all going to come down to, can he lock and load that grip? And then like he told me, he said, if I get it off the floor, I won't miss.
Just whether or not he's able to hold on to it all the way. He's like a lot of these other lifters, especially the ones that are doing that double overhand hook grip. You know, if they can hold on to it, they can really put themselves into a good position.
And how amazing
anatomically to pull it.
He's on the smooth part, double overhand on the smooth part of the bar.
Okay, so just to say it again, this is for the win.
This is for the open win.
Right, he's already wrapped up the Masters.
50-year-old Masters lifter, and this is to win the national title. There's drama here at the Atlanta Convention Center, America's Mart.
Looked like that was definitely too much. There's no telling. The problem is with these big deadlifters is you never know what they really have. I mean, you know, sometimes you never think that they've got another pound and they can pull 20 pounds more.
Yeah, he told me he thought that he would pull 600 if he needed it, but basically going in, yeah, he was, I mean, his best pull, coming into this competition is 553, so he actually added to that with his second attempt deadlift. So
okay, so we didn't see a change that I noticed in the score sheet. We didn't see a change with Yandell. So if the jury was discussing it, apparently it didn't result in a change, not as of yet anyway.
As of yet. There still is time. At this point, we're considering that your national champions in the open division were Heather Connor in the women's 103. We saw the Bill Tenerelli pulling out the victory in the open 130s. We saw Keith McHoney, 145 weight class, pulling out the open division, and Sawyer Yandell, your junior national champion.
Right.
And now we move to the 163s, where this is all going to come down to Blake Lehew is going to have a deadlift in his hands to catch Atwood. I don't think Maddox can hang with him. I think it's all going to come down to Lehew did drop his opening deadlift.
Right.
Now look at this. Maddox has his opening deadlift. It's actually Dorian Parris, but Brandon Maddox was standing on the platform. So it's actually going to be Dorian Parris as your lifter. How amazing is this, Kurt? It will be after 1 a.m. when the final deadlifts are pulled. This is old school powerlifting when meets used to go till 1 a.m. Is there anybody out there who wants to see 1,100 lifters next year? This is why I say we need smaller meets. I'll stand up on my soapbox since I don't know if there's any executive committees who are up this late who are going to care. What we need to do is we need to make the national totals higher. You need to make the regionals a feeder system. You can have a lot more lifters go to the regionals. The nationals needs to be about the best of the best. We shouldn't have these lifters lifting at 1 a.m.
However it gets done, there needs to be fewer lifters. I'm not going to go over anybody's head and make a suggestion as to exactly how it gets done. But the end result is that we need to have fewer competitors in this competition.
I've got the suggestion, make the qualifying totals very high and then make the regionals an automatic qualifier. That way lifters who finish in the top 2 or 3 in the regionals also qualify.
Well, this is certainly not an ideal scenario.
It's not, because these are the best of the best lifters lifting at 1 a.m. And
right.
we were expecting they were supposed to be done maybe by 9:30 or 10.
Sure.
Dorian Parris, very easy opening attempt. 485. All right, so now where we start to get interesting is Brandon Maddox. He's got a 584 deadlift as a PR, looking to pull 600 today, opening at 551. As we talked about, his second and third attempt missing the bench, Kurt, virtually sealed the deal that he would not be able to win. But he will at least be in a position, if he can pull 3 pulls, to maybe knock somebody off for second. Because we really think it's going to come down to Atwood and Lehew. Lehew with that big pull will at least have a say in the matter, much like Kupperstein did at the end of the
here comes Maddox.
flight before. Very easy opener. Unfortunately for him, that's 17 kilos he lost, 40 pounds.
Yeah, that's not helping.
Yeah, that just hurt.
Bench,
I believe it was 12 and a half kilos.
That poor bench
pounds.
that he had is not helping by any means.
Now, how about this guy, Kurt? This guy has put on a show today. I believe he's 6 for 6. I know he made 3 squats. I think he made 3 benches.
Yeah, the only problem with John Downing is the fact that he signed up for a hornet's nest of a weight class here at 83 kilos. This was a tough one.
But look really how close this is. I mean, when you work your way down, 3rd place all the way down to 9th place is just 30 kilos.
Right.
Easy
Wow.
opener.
He's doing well.
Out of Ohio. He's in 6th place as a forecasted total. Donald Bigham, this lift will seal up the Masters National title for the 4th year in a row for this young man.
And that bench press of his seemed like it was awfully light, but it looks like he's more than willing to make up for it here in the deadlift.
Yeah, I mean, I think like
it's
you
a big
said,
opener, 260. That's big, 573.
I think, and his best is 622, so he's well capable. I think what you said earlier is this is a guy who clearly wanted to make sure he locked up the Masters title.
Sure, and this will do it for him.
Yeah, this guarantees his spot in the Masters Worlds. The Army Major. He got 12th in last year's Nationals. This lift will actually put him in 9th off of pro forecast. So he's clearly making good progress. And I suspect this lift, although it's 1 a.m., this lift should have plenty left in him. Wow, he was quite bent over, Kurt. I mean, he was looking straight down at the floor.
Pretty unorthodox style there, being so rounded over with his chest straight down like that when he starts his pull. Okay, this is David Alberts. Currently sitting at a subtotal of 435 kilos. This is 260 kilos, 573 pounds. If he makes this will give him a total of 695 kilos. That's what, 1533?
Yes, and Alberts came into this meet with a 1532. 15:33 when it rounds.
Yeah,
so basically,
my guess is probably he's tying his PR total with this deadlift.
Which, I mean, that's a good way to start because you would figure he's going to have a lot more left in him. Although, like you said, 1 a.m. deadlifts, you have to a lot for, nobody planned on pulling
That's
at
just a
1 a.m.
guess. Myself, I've never deadlifted at 1 a.m. So.
I actually don't believe I have. I've lifted in powerlifting long enough. I've been at meets that went till 3 a.m. before, but I don't think I actually was lifting in them. When I first started in powerlifting and they didn't have the round system, that's how old I've been, these meets went on all day and all night. I mean, you might squat at 1 in the afternoon, you might bench at 7 at night, and you might deadlift at midnight.
All right, now a good lift for Alberts. Now, here's a big one here. This is Atwood.
So here's what we're seeing is every lift he does just means Blake has to pull more on his last pull. It's simple as that. Because Atwood is going to hit most likely 3 pulls, but certainly 2. I mean, he's just too consistent of a lifter.
I can tell you this, it doesn't bode well for the fact that Blake had to lower his opener from 282 to 277, okay?
I don't think that's a bad idea, though, because he knows his opener's not getting him anything. He's going to have to pull a big pull. So I actually think that's a smart saving of energy. Because what good is it to pull more on your opener? Especially at 1 a.m. I mean, I see you yawning, and all you've been doing is sitting all day. So if you got Blake, now that is an easy opener.
Impressive opener for Atwood. That was 578. I wouldn't be shocked if he's got 622, 628, 633 in him.
Well, we can do a little bit of math because based on what you just estimated, if he pulls like a 622 or 628, him being the lighter lifter, that's going to give him a shot where you're probably going to look at, Blake's going to need, if I do just a little bit of math here, Blake's going to need upwards of 312 and a half. 312 and a half, Kurt. That's 688. I think on a perfect day, that's pushing it. I think at 1 a.m., I think we're locking and loading that the winner's going to be. I think we're locking and loading that Taylor Atwood's going to be the winner.
Yeah, it appears that way.
But it'll be interesting to see what the strategy is. Atwood's taking a conservative jump, a very conservative jump.
That was really fast for Dexter Jones.
Now this guy, Dexter Jones, we've talked about all day, as being surprisingly powerful. He's come out with some explosive benches, explosive in the squat. This is a gigantic opener. Is this?
Yeah, what needs to be noted with Dexter Jones.
Wait a second. Dexter must have just lifted. I apologize.
He did. Yeah, but
Sean Noriega's at 600.
Right. Now, in the forecast there, Dexter Jones puts himself right up there in the fight for second place in the 83 Opens.
Yeah, and
now,
he's not far behind
Hack's
Gruden.
going to be able to walk away with it with just his opener. But he's going to be able to get in there for second depending on what's about to happen.
Well, and even Dickson's not that far out of it.
Right.
I mean, this could really get interesting.
Wow. Oh,
Whoa,
goodness.
that was one of those where he went up so fast.
Okay, so that lift was no good for Noriega. I mean, he's definitely strong enough to be able to come back and make that. The problem is now that in order for him to be as competitive as he wants to be, he really doesn't want to be taking 600 again on his second.
Yes.
So, rocking a hard place, he'd really like to go up, but at the same time, you never know how much gas you're going to have left at 1 in the morning, and he needs to, be able to play it smart. I mean, obviously the smartest play on making a total is to stay there.
Now that was a very, very strong lockout for Dickson. How about this? Second place down to 6th place is only a 20-kilo difference. So literally anybody from 2nd to 6th could move up or down.
Okay, excuse us, folks. That announcement there from our announcer, Gino, kind of interrupted. Charlie Dickson was going at 272, so he was at 600 as well.
And his was a strong lockout. So now you got Gruden 606. Gruden's actually, I would estimate, in our opinion, he's been the surprise of the day. Looking at the pre-meet rankings, he was actually ranked 6th coming in. We had one guy who dropped out, and then he's actually climbed up where he could end up being in 2nd place. But the key here is how much does Gruden have left in him? 606, a big opening deadlift.
Appears like a lot.
Well, I would say 15 kilos, maybe 17.
He wouldn't be out of line and jumping straight to 639.
That's interesting because 630 is what he wrote down as his goal in the deadlift. So all day long, I mean, that was the guy who said he was going to squat 560, and he actually ended up around 584. I mean, he's had much more left in him than we expected.
Okay.
Blake Lehew.
277.5, so this is 611.
The rumor I got was that he pulled 650 in training. Very easy.
I don't doubt it.
Very easy. The question is, he's in a position where he really needs to smoke this so that he doesn't waste any energy, because he's going to be pulling on something huge in a few minutes for the win. He's gripping it very narrow, too.
Blake's issue is that Blake pulls extremely aggressive off the floor and that he can lose his balance sometimes at the top.
That might not have been a good lift. He started to come undone at the top.
Not by much. Yeah, it was good, but not by a lot. Another quarter second.
Yeah,
more than likely he falls forward with that.
Yeah, he really needs to have a little bit more control at lockout.
I would agree.
All right, now John Haack right here. This is just to seal the deal. Interestingly enough, this will put him in, getting in close to the American record total that he already holds. If he's able to hit this lift, that would give him 1750, and 1790 is his American record total. But he had an interesting thing happen to him today. He missed the lift. He missed a bench. We don't see that. In fact, he was on a streak of 23 straight made lifts.
Okay, this is going to be John Haack. He's going to be attempting 300 kilos. 661. That puts it away right there. Really easy. And what his total was what?
1792 is the American and world record, and that just gave him right there 1750.
Okay.
Just over 1750, 1752. So I would say 40 pounds is definitely reasonable. The deadlift, interestingly enough, he's done is 705. The world record 707, and he told me in the pre-meet interview that he thinks 722 might be there.
Based on how fast that was, I'm definitely not going to rule it out.
He told me to give a shout out if they're listening to Dwight and Mike. Those are his training partners, Dwight and Mike. He said they would be tuning in, watching him. So congratulations, gentlemen. Your training partner just won the national title, Junior and Open, 2016 USAPL Raw Nationals. The Atlanta Convention Center in downtown Atlanta, America's Mart. Well, we got a few minutes to kind of wrap up what we've seen so far and set the stage. We've had some awesome battles. We had Heather Connor setting American records across the board. She's going to take the women's 103 class. The 130s, we had Bill Tenerelli pulling an absolutely borderline phenomenal final pull.
Yeah, it's difficult to say whether he even finished it or not. I mean, that was a really, really difficult pull.
And then we had in the 145s, Keith McHoney run away with it. But in the 163s, we're going to have some interesting finish. The only thing that's not been debated is John Haack. Haack has pretty much put away all the competition and then some. All right, we got Dorian Parris, second attempt deadlift, Kurt, 507.
Another easy deadlift.
Dorian actually,
230 kilos, 507.
Do you want to know how amazing this class is? Dorian got second in this class in the Open last year, And this year he is forecast to be in 11th place.
My goodness.
Now he's clearly lost. He must have had injuries because he's clearly lost some on his total. His total last year was 1443. Right now he's only at about 1350. So
right.
There's definitely been some setback. But this is one of the guys who's jumped up in the 83 kilos.
Okay,
John Downing.
Yeah, Downing's opener 250 or 551 was really easy. This is 584. He's making a pretty significant jump here.
But his opener has been easy all day, and he's made progress throughout the competition with room to spare. So you can see these lifters really locking in that grip, that Alico power bar.
Another good one. This guy's really on fire. You know, late at night or not, doesn't make any difference to him.
He really has impressed me. He's impressed me quite a bit.
Okay, we're moving into Brandon Maddox here at 267.5 kilos, 589 pounds. Pretty significant jump all the way from 551 to 589. Maddox's opener was easy. I got to tell you, I'm not too sure.
That's not an open American record total. Gino is way off base. This isn't even close to the open American record total. Yeah, the open American record total is 700 kilos. So
yeah, he's not quite there. This could be difficult. The top of that deadlift lockout was pretty tough.
Yeah, they've got that wrong. That's not correct. 700 is not the Open American. Taylor Atwood has done 1592, so that's just a mistake.
It. Wow. Okay. Got to be able to bring those shoulders back.
Yeah, that's just a mistake on the score sheet. We'll have to get that corrected. Donald Bigham going for 4 straight Masters national titles. He's actually already wrapped it up on his opener.
Yeah, we hate to sound like this lifter is actually an afterthought, and he's really not. I mean, he's a quality Masters lifter. He just so happened to be good enough to get into the Primetime broadcast that we've got here.
Yeah, if you look at what he's done, this guy's pulled 622 before, so he's actually going to put himself in a position with this pull to go for a PR on his third. He looks strong on his opener. Now that was a good finish. I don't believe he's got really much more in him, and a lot of that could be, as you've talked about, 1 a.m. deadlifts.
Yeah. I would say probably the top end, that was 275, 606. I'm thinking 622, probably going to be quite a strain, maybe not even that much.
Yeah, you were being generous. I was thinking 280 would be borderline. I don't know if he'll have anything left in him. Now this lifter right here, Taylor Atwood, this is essentially just, again, adding to what Blake Lehew's going to have to put on the bar in his third attempt.
Yeah, you'd like to think that this is going to end things in the open division and really put Blake away.
Well, it would put Blake simply at this point of needing 310, 683.
Right. Which is what Blake had mentioned to me, that he felt like his was going to be his very top end if things were perfect. Looked like that right hand might have been going. It's a good lift. Boy, he looks tired. He's walking really slow on his way back.
I believe he's 8 for 8. I don't think he's missed the lift
he's
yet.
having a heck of a good day. He's doing exactly what he needed to do. And okay, moving right along here. We're going to 277.5, which is 611 for David Alberts. Right now, he is credited with 573. He's making a pretty hefty jump here.
It's interesting because that lift that Atwood just did, by my calculation, actually puts him as the American record total, adding to what he currently held. So he's actually closing in on 1,600 pounds.
It's amazing that these guys can do this late at night. They can still put up these excessive totals. This is really incredible.
His next deadlift they're shooting for would be 10 times body weight total.
All right, that lift was no good for David Alberts. It looks like he started to hit the wall. That bar didn't move off the floor.
Dexter Jones has got muscles sticking out all over the place. Look at the size
Muscle
of
on
those
top
arms.
of muscle.
Look at those size of arms.
Yeah, he's a big guy.
And he's been powerful all day. 617. So this is for third place in the open division. Out of Ohio. That looks like a hook grip also. A lot of hook grip lifters. Amazing that.
Yeah, that
this is
hook
becoming,
grip with the sumo deadlift has really come around in the last year and a half. There's quite a few lifters who are doing it. That lift is good, 2-1. So Jones is credited with 589 as well as 617. Okay. Now this is a big pull for Gruden here, because Gruden is in this race with Charlie Dickson for the junior spot, as well as
because John Haack can't go to the junior worlds.
Right, but as well as Noriega as well. I mean, there's still plenty of drama here. Hey, he locked that out with some room to spare, and it looks like he's pretty fired up. I don't think these guys are all that worried about where they are in the opens right now. I mean, this is a junior national team spot that they're really worried about. And
Noriega, as you remember, his opening deadlift was the easy one that he lost his balance. So Noriega's jumping 33 pounds from his opener to his second.
I mean, I can speak. I'm not an expert on too many things, but I can speak on how these juniors feel about trying to make that team to go to Worlds, and they're very passionate about it. This is a big deal to them.
Yeah,
I can guarantee you a lot of these lifters they'd be real happy to place well in the opens, but they're probably way more concerned with trying to make that team to go to Worlds.
Well, I know
that right hand started to go right about when he got to his knees. And I mean, that's one of those that doesn't really have too much to do with the amount of weight. Even if he tried to pull 272 or 600 again on his second, he would probably still lose that grip.
And you could see it was uneven, so
Sure.
it exacerbated it. I know what you're saying about the Junior Worlds. I was blessed enough. I made the Junior Worlds when I was 23, and it really is an experience, for most lifters. Some of these lifters are studs. Trey Cunningham went to 5 Junior Worlds because he was so dominant. But most of us, if you get to go to 1, it's like, it's everything. 5 Junior Worlds. 5. I mean, that's amazing. 3-time collegiate national champion. All right, Kurt. Sean Noriega needs this lift not only to get in the competition, but this really is going to put him in a position to actually be able to contend for the spot.
Yeah,
for
if
the
he's
world.
looking to hang with Gruden for that junior team spot. Did
Oh,
he miss
no.
that one as well?
He did
I'm
not
looking
get
at
the
a
down
referee's
signal.
hand that looked like it was still up.
Yeah, he did not get the down signal.
Okay, so
But it was not a
Sean
max.
Noriega.
Sean Noriega is going to have a shot to stay in the meet, but also to make the Worlds. How amazing will that be? He's going to have a world team spot because he's the last puller in the juniors in this group.
So it's either Worlds or bomb.
Yeah, pretty much.
So tell me this one. If you're Sean Noriega's coach, now those first 2 deadlifts haven't been that difficult.
No, he's got plenty of strength.
So
you just got to get him at the top to just ease the lockout and hold it. Just don't move.
So if you're Sean's coach and he's got an opportunity he's got to go up off his 2 missed deadlifts, and he's going to say 292, 295, something like that.
I don't think he needs to based on the score. Let's see.
Yeah, because you've got Gruden who's going to 287. If Gruden goes and makes his, it very well could be in a scenario where he's going to have to go up as well.
And Noriega's coach, they made a mistake. His lot number's lighter. He should have put in 290 because now Gruden's going to pull after him. And he needs to see.
It could be a very interesting scenario where
the coaching error is this: he put the lift in. If he changes twice and Gruden changes twice, Gruden's in control right now.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. They should have put 290 in to put him after. Now, what happened with Blake Lehew? Why is John Haack out there? Okay, Blake Lehew is going to time out and go for the win. I mean, that makes sense.
Yeah, Blake has got he's posted his total. It doesn't appear that.
No, he's going for the win on the third, right?
Yeah, that's what it looks like. It doesn't appear that Blake is at any risk of not being the winner in the juniors.
No, I mean, looking at the juniors right now, Dexter Jones. Dexter's in the 83, so who would be behind him?
Yeah, there's not another junior in this group. So yeah, Blake has really wrapped up the juniors. He's going to be able to go to Worlds unequipped. And
now how about this? This for John Haack will put him within 5 kilos of the American record total.
Right.
You can see that the fatigue is starting to even hit John Haack.
Yeah, you could see it.
Because he was telling me 722. 722
as soon as that bar started to come off the floor, he started to shake a little bit. I think his back is starting to feel it. He's had quite a long day, as has everybody.
And it's interesting because looking over at our producer extraordinaire, Trey Cunningham, looks like he's got all the energy in the world. He looks like he could run laps around this place.
Trey could probably do another session now if we gave it to him.
We should let him do that. Do just a whole nother meet. I mean, he's got all the energy in the world. He hasn't had any problems today. Everything's gone smoothly. We're joking with our master of ceremonies, the guru of technology. Trey Cunningham has had to put out fire after fire all day. He's made you and I look good, which really is the most amazing accomplishment all day. Because who can make you and I look good? I mean, that's amazing.
Yeah, I would agree. In my defense, I like to think that I help him quite a bit as far as in the looking good department.
I hate to break it to you, Kurt, but you don't have a mirror if you think that, because the rest of us know the truth.
Thanks so much.
The only thing
that means a lot.
The only thing that makes you look good is you're standing next to me.
Southern hospitality.
Compared to standing next to me, you look a lot better, but that's not saying a lot.
All right. Able to finish Dorian Parris.
Hey, Kurt, we can say the words everybody's been waiting for.
Right.
The final round
flight
of attempts of the afternoon, evening, and morning.
My goodness, what a day.
This is the final group.
Brandon Maddox is your lifter. He is in the open division at 74 kilos, 163 pounds. This is 589. Successful with 551 on his opener, and now he is trying 589. He missed it on his second. And it looked like he it looked like he got to lockout at the top and was just unable to get quite to that finish position. Referees didn't like it, and they're going to make him do it again.
Well, we still go back to him unsuccessful on his second and his third bench really was what took him out of the competition.
Yep, it did.
American record holder in the bench, so he's clearly got quite the history going for him.
Yeah, he's tired. Okay, so the bar, we're going to go above 5 reds on each side, so we're going to 606. All right. John Downing has made 551, 584. He's going to 606. I mean, according to everything else that he's done today, he's pretty much beat up everything he's touched.
Yeah, it has been quite the impressive afternoon.
Yeah, this guy he's sitting in 4th currently in the open division.
And it's interesting, even when he makes this lift, there's so many people behind him. This is only forecasting him for 5th.
Right.
Because there's so much lifters trying to catch from behind.
Yep.
But I think Downing's got this. I mean, the only thing going against him is, we keep saying, it's 1 a.m. deadlifts.
Yeah, he's not going to be able to get into 3rd place. This will leave him another 5 keys shy at 3rd. But
I've never seen a training routine that covers 1 a.m. deadlifts. I'm sure there's one out there, but never seen
Probably not. Come on, finish. No!
I think that's a good lift. You don't think so? I think that's good. No lift?
It didn't appear to me that he was done with it. Looked like he was a little bit short on that lockout, just couldn't quite finish and put it down.
And that goes back to 1 a.m. deadlifts.
Yeah.
All right, we're down to David Alberts. Alberts, your lifter, out of Florida, 24 years of age, looking for a comeback deadlift attempt here. For 6th place he is trying to move up to. He's in 7th in the open. Really kind of amazing how deep this class is. He's battling for 6th, Kurt, and yet he's within 25 kilos of 2nd place. Look at all those reds. Look at that beautiful close-up view. Our director extraordinaire showing us all kinds of great angles.
That's a man that doesn't have any fuel left right there. That at 277.
Yeah, it really is amazing when you
Just
see
too much.
some of these lifters who are still performing at a high level.
Right.
Some of this actually comes down to coaching in how much walking around did you do all day? Because if your coach really was aware, they shouldn't have even had you come over here. You should have been back at the hotel and have somebody call you when it was getting closer.
It's amazing to be able to find that happy middle ground.
Because I believe we started the Primetime 3 full hours late, I believe. It was supposed to be 6:30, I think, and I think we started around 9:30.
Yeah, it was late for sure.
So. Four-time Masters National Champion, the Army Major, Donald Bigham. 6:22. Wow, you know what that is? That's Go Army Strong. Go Army Strong. That's a great finish at 1:30 in the morning.
Yeah, absolutely. Pulling 6:22. Had a great day. He really did. You know, there's definitely congratulations in order. I mean, he's going to be going to Worlds.
He moved from 12th place to 7th in the Open. It's a big improvement.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's essentially what made him good enough to be here in this Primetime session, is the fact that he's, able to get in there and make attempts, build a total like what you've been talking about.
And looking at his total, he put about 85 pounds on his total from last year.
Yeah. This is a guy that's going to be able to go to Worlds. He's going to be able to make some noise, not in the Open division, but in the Masters division. And that's, like I said before, that's part of the beauty of this competition where you've got these multiple divisions here. So you've got a guy like Donnie Bigham who's good enough to be competitive. He's not out to win the Open division, but he's darn sure good enough to be there and be in this show and at the same time qualify for the Masters division at Worlds.
So let's do the math. If Atwood is successful with this attempt, what he would put Lehew in a situation he would need is a 700 deadlift.
Okay, well currently
705.
Yeah,
Lehew
currently Atwood has a 725 total.
Yes.
And
Lehew's 30 kilos back, and he's heavier.
Right.
But I'm saying if this lift is made, it puts Lehew with needing 700. It's over.
Yeah, it's really not even worth discussing. If he's able to go try and do something like that. Okay.
But what this will do with Atwood is this will add to his American record total, and it'll give him 10 times body weight. Look at that. 10 times body weight.
I think this pull is definitely a little bit more about Taylor Atwood and a little bit less about Blake Lehew. My personal opinion, I think he's put Blake away at this point. I'd be really shocked if Blake were able to pull it out. And this is more about Taylor improving his total and making himself a better lifter coming into Worlds. Because he definitely does have some work left to do. He hasn't won an Open Worlds yet.
And this is putting him at about a 1620 total.
This would serve notice to anybody who's going to lift against him in Belarus.
I really think that had to be a fatigue issue.
Yeah.
Because he did not look the same on that lift that he did on the other.
That was definitely hard, but he definitely deserves a round of applause from this crowd that still stayed here to watch him. Because he had a heck of a good day.
Well, and Lehew's going to need 310. Lehew's going to need 310. Actually, because he's going for an American record, he will only need 308. So 308 is about 679.
We'll see what his coach comes out and gives him.
It's got to be 308. You got to go for it, unless he's not coming out.
Sure. In the meantime, you got Dexter Jones, who's been having a pretty good day. He's 2 for 2 in the deadlift.
Look, this will actually tie him with Gruden, and they are competing in the juniors. No, Dexter's in the Open. This would tie him with Gruden for the Open.
Right.
Michael Jordan-esque with the tongue sticking out.
That's a good lift for Dexter Jones. So that puts him.
It moves him all the way up into second in the open.
If he were, that gives him 735 in 735 kilos in his total, and Gruden is currently at 730. So, he's
in second. But
yeah, he's currently sitting in second based on what's going on. All right, now here we go.
Noriega needs this. This would put him in a shot. Actually, this won't even catch Gruden for the junior worlds.
No, it won't.
Nope.
So Noriega wasn't willing to move up in order to ride or die with this.
But it's interesting because I think if he makes this, he'll have more in him. It's all going to come down to balance. He's got the strength.
Right.
So he might have had a shot at a world team
Some might say that he needs to be a little less aggressive at lockout and just bring it on in, take his time. See, there was more there.
It's good. That lift is good.
I can't see why that wouldn't be good.
But the problem is I don't understand. That's not going to give him enough to be able to pass Gruden.
The shame of it all is that he was unable to finish the lockout on those first two pulls because he obviously had more left in the tank. He had enough left in the tank there to be able to catch Gruden.
He would have needed 5 kilos because he's the heavier lifter.
Right. That really is a shame that's the case, but sometimes that's just how it goes.
And then there was 3. And then there was 3. 3 lifts left of the evening.
All right,
morning.
so if you take a look, what we were talking about earlier with Blake Lehew, he has actually gone to the number that he needed to go to.
American record deadlift.
Right. If he makes this, it will give him 725.5.
How about Gruden? That was to move into second ahead of Dexter Jones. He just bumped Dexter Jones out. We got so many placing battles, we didn't even see that. Jon Gruden just moved into second in the open division.
Wow. So that does, that puts Gruden in second in the open division. He's second in the open division, and he's also second in the juniors. But like we had spoken about before, John Haack is too old to go to junior worlds or to represent the United States in the junior division at Raw Worlds, and so that is going to be Gruden's spot to have.
Well, how about this? Blake Lehew going for the win. Blake Lehew going for the win here over Taylor Atwood. This would be an American record deadlift. This would also give him the American record in the total. His mom is watching. His girlfriend's mom, his girlfriend's grandmother, everyone back home moving closer to their computer screen.
This is 678. Blake has pulled 694 in a deadlift suit before. Okay, now
and he told us he pulled 650 in training very easy.
I don't doubt it at all.
But
watch
at
Blake.
1:30 in the morning, this will be an amazing, historic pull if he makes
Blake's
it.
one of those deadlifters that if he can groove it just right, he can do just amazing things in the deadlift, but he has to groove it just right.
We need more noise. Put your hands together.
I think everybody's kind of in awe
but
that
you
he's
got
even
him
trying this right now because this may happen. Yeah, too much.
Taylor Atwood is your champion. Now, John Haack has a shot to come for another American record as well as the deadlift record. So he's combined going to be going for the deadlift record and the American record in the total.
So where does that leave us with the 74s battle? I mean, that puts
Taylor Atwood
first.
is the gold and first place, and then Blake Lehew gets second in the open.
Right.
And then third in the open went to Dexter Jones. No, I'm sorry, Dexter Jones is in the 83s. Third was Brandon
Based
Maddox.
on what that second attempt looked like, a 10-kilo bump for Haack is pretty aggressive. I mean, you can see what they're trying to do.
Yeah, but the interesting thing is this is past what he needs for the American record, and it's past what would be the world record. I just think this guy Haack is just tough, and I think if he can put it all together, it's not out of the question, but I agree with you. This is a little more. I think 22.5 would have been the number. But this guy is like, he's like a bull.
716. Nope.
Maybe it might not have even been there at 22.5.
All right, so Dr. Patrick, that does round out all of our primetime competition, our primetime broadcast. I mean, give me some overall thoughts. You know, aside from scheduling and the number of lifters and things like that, I think that what I've seen, my personal thoughts, is that this competition, you know, aside from, you know, from some obvious, you know, we're finishing too late, but, you know, we had hundreds and hundreds of lifters. We had 5 platforms going today in the morning. We had 4 in the afternoon session. We had this one primetime session going this evening. The logistics of handling a competition like this are just incredible. And really, aside from some problems that with us finishing too late, it really was amazing today, and we saw some great lifting.
The quality of the lifting, we're going to wrap it up quick, but I'll just close with Heather Connor, American records across the board, 103 weight class. John Haack, just dominant. Keith McHoney, dominant in their weight, self in position for the win. And then the excitement of Bill Tenerelli pulling that last lift for the win. We saw amazing stuff. We're going to wrap it up. Believe it or not, we're going to close shop. We ask you to tune back in tomorrow for the prime time. Tomorrow in the evening is at 7 p.m., I believe, is the evening start time. We are going to rock and roll this house tomorrow evening. We want to thank everyone for their time. We will see you tomorrow. I am over and out. For Kurt St. Romain, for the 3-time collegiate national champion Trey Cunningham, I'm Dr. Patrick Anderson. Get some rest. Sleep fast. We'll be back soon.
See you tomorrow.